The hell with the rest of the geometry. I've got my own thing going on. Again, it could be on top of everything. I love the idea of running through the treetops. You can imagine, especially since it looks like those tracks have this some of the same kind of industrial quality, that basically a truss that's kind of going streaking through stuff, that they could go anywhere. So having a really radical distinction between those two, and then a juxtaposition of how they intersect at various points where so you get a lot of unexpected contrasts between the two geometries, and running up in the air or through the canopy or right in front of somebody's house. That could be just push the same idea further, make it more experientially dramatic.
I agree. I think you can. Well, first, I want to grill the part of colonization. Colonization is a big word with a lot of connotations. Like you say a couple of times in the project, and then it's so hard to look at this project not as colonizing land. The U.S. is a colonialistic country. We're our own colonial land. So it's weird to kind of keep mentioning it. But as soon as you switched away from it, I can focus on the project again. I think either you go for the track being super independent from the housing, or it becomes so dependent on the housing that I like the idea of Netflix and chill as a sexual connotation because it talks about the private and public of the house. So does your track, do you start organizing your unit in terms of living room, dining room facing the track, and that's okay, but then the bedrooms start facing away from the track. So even though you create these modules that are units that get repeated, do you then create your module in a way where the dimensions can be switched and mirrored based on where the track is going to be? So once you lay out all your units and then you bring in the track, you go, okay, actually this arrow needs to go here now. Do I push the living room there? Does this? So you kind of start to develop this rule set based on privacy. So if people are running up and down, sometimes I can have a balcony that maybe my kitchen goes out to, and I can have planters around it. So you can also have pseudo barriers. They don't always need to be a fence or a separation from the track. But what kind of architectural poche and like level of poche do you go through? Is it a wall? Is it glass? Is it a planter? Is it just a demarcation on the ground where you're running? In terms of the projects, I just wanted to kind of conceptually for a second, when you kind of repeat running on tracks and exercise, it makes me think of how do the less able people feel about living in this apartment building? Like what happens if I can't run? What happens if I can't walk that far? And all of a sudden there's an elongation of these tracks, but never a consideration for where it breaks. So I think just kind of considering at what moments do you tie down your ramps and what do they connect to? So like, for example, if I'm less able and I walk maybe a third of the track and I get to a landing or a flower garden or something that I can kind of sit in, and I found a destination instead of the idea that this thing is only purposeful as a speed run. But it can be like, oh, I can walk a little bit. Maybe from the ground floor up, it's really easy to get to, but it's more difficult as you get further up because if you're less able, you wouldn't go that high. What kind of experience do I miss out if I'm not able to go to certain areas? Is everything connected through public corridors, or is can the public access like elevators or not? Because elevators are usually going to be inside the units for the residents. We end up having ones that are outside for the track. So I do kind of like Lucy's idea that this thing kind of becomes really independent, and you create its own pores and stairs. It kind of becomes this partly the left idea into the project, and I like the idea that you wouldn't need the Cartesian distribution, but maybe a Cartesian collection. So what would it mean to take Parc de Villette and take all these pavilions and pretend they're housing and go, okay, I'm going to start clustering them together, but then there's still going to be a path. There's still going to be gardens. Sometimes they slip into little moments in your section, and sometimes they slip into other moments in the plan. But I think there's a compactness that's missing in the project. It's a little bit too loose right now. And I think with just a little kind of little tweaks, you can have a project that really reacts to one another. You've kind of created a really interesting catalyst for the neighborhood. And how do you provide public space without really talking about courtyards or corridors, but you're kind of talking about intertwining them. So there's this constant oscillation, and I like that there's nothing in this project that's super private. It gets rid of the idea that ownership means you get to keep people out, but you talk about ownership as a way of letting people in. And I think that's a very powerful concept.
Yeah, Zane mentioned the Parc de la Villette. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's a really relevant scenario for everybody to think. But and Trivia's solution there, I think, very similar to the OMA solution that was the losing semifinalist. That there's three different geometries overlaid on one another. In the case of Toomey, it's that grid of red structures, pavilions. And then there's a circle, triangle, square, spatial one, and then there's this meandering path. I actually like the OMA project better because it's each geometry is really strict. There's no kind of meandering one. which might be revealed in my comment that I'd like to see that have its own integrity. And then the collisions between the two, creating all of the interest in it. And the do you know the Ome project that didn't win? It's a huge site, and they striped it so that each stripe has a different landscape. You know, so there's a meadow landscape or a deciduous forest landscape or a conifers or orchard, and then you get to go north south, and if you have a short attention span and get a different environment every minute, or if you really like one of them, then you go the other way. You can walk for an hour or something. So it's got this, the famous model.
And that ties back to what Zay was saying about like there should be like different speeds, you know, like maybe it makes sense like that ground floor since the biggest loop, that's like the people that are running, and then like as you move up, maybe there is more private spaces, like because like if I live next door, if I was one of the shotguns, I would be spending all my time in someone's semi-private balcony. Like what a nice place to be like living, you know. So but like maybe there is that relationship of like if you are someone who's more private, you can select an apartment that has more enclosure, it's more separate from the beach. But it's a really cool project. Thank you so much, Noah.
Yeah.
Love the idea.
Also, if the OMA thing comes up, then we kind of think, does the track always need to be lapped? Is it always running? Is it always biking? Can you actually start having a pool on the ground floor or even a floating pool on the top? And you swim lanes on the track, and at certain points, these are like a jungle gym for kids, and you have a cage around it. I mean, like you can start to really break away from the idea that you just run, but that the speeds start to break up the program. And then there's all these different things that the residents can use, but you've kind of noodled all your programs.
I love the idea of them all crisscrossing.
So you take the OMA thing and you take the Shumi thing is housing and you put it in, and then you take the OMA thing, instead of it being striped, you kind of stitch it together and they start to loop it around the project.
Yeah, it's really got a lot of richness.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so then is Catherine going next?
Yes.
All right, let's do a quick swap over here. Very cool.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, I was gonna pull this out and then we can move it over to the last time, and then we'll just put everyone on that side.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling me out on calling us. No, yeah, they used that word in the studio
I'll plug it
a
over.
bunch of times, so I think that should be brought up too.
Yeah,
I think I got it from them. Well, no, not blaming on them. It's my fault too.
It's bringing to the attention.
Yeah, no, it's great.
But you can definitely talk about sex when you're talking about housing. I mean,
I just got very uncomfortable.
like, no, but I mean, like, if we're gonna talk about people being comfortable in their own house, it's our job as an architect to bring that comfort to them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna click on it and then you'll do it. Oh,
Let's see
you don't want to
running.
show the whole presentation.
Well, and there's different privacy that you can talk about. I think sex is a good connotation because in the substitution of the conversation of privacy, sex is considered taboo. So you quickly kind of get the point of privacy, but there's privacy in everything. Some people might not want to wear shorts in front of the public. Some people might not want to even sit and have coffee while the public are looking. And so how do you create that flexibility in a project? Because
The point about those back,
yeah,
the space.
and allowing people to choose how they want to format their house just because it's spatially flexible is part of what you're able to give them because of the way you've created it.
I love the roller coaster idea.
Well, you guys know I love your but you know exactly what Dave is talking about is the prospect of refuge that we were talking about the other day. And you really see other things happening and see other people without being seen. So you get to be in your most protected balcony, maybe down to some others who are
6 feet from other, you have never.
Right.
Catherine, hello.
Hi,
Go for it.
so I'm Catherine,
Close down arrow.
and this is my project, the Eco Village. So these are two axons of it, and during this project, that all of this horizontal circulation will be highlighted. So in my horizontal home, I took the concept of having outside areas being used as communal space. And then in my vertical home, I took the concept of having the two public and private areas of the stairs and then the bedroom areas being divided in almost half. And then my sectional home, I took the concept of spaces being slid past each other within the aggregates itself of the rooms. And I used that within my project. And then my inhabited stairs, I used the concept of the stairs itself becoming communal spaces, and then that was the brought into the project. So one of the main aspects that was then impacted in my project was the difference between Tchoupitoulas and Annunciation. So Tchoupitoulas is on the north side of the site, and it's a much more populated and loud site since there's a train. And then Annunciation is a more quiet and neighborhoodly site. So those were then brought in my lobby spaces. So the lobby on Tchoupitoulas is more open to the public, and it's just a bigger site. It has the concept that I got in was it would have a partnership with Glass Half Full, which is a NOLA nonprofit that uses glass recycling to then restore the coastlines. And then my lobby on the south side, which is the Annunciation Street, would be more private, and the people living in the co-housing unit would be able to use it. And it would be used for more like private settings, like maybe hosting a birthday party or private dinners. And then I also took the concept of porches and used as my communal spaces throughout the site. And so I took 3 different porches that I found on the site itself. So there's the private one, there's ones that are shared between communities, and then ones that are stacked on top of each other. Another aspect that I used on my project was any building that was built after World War I or before World War I kept as kind of a nod to the historical aspect. And also in my research, I found that buildings built after World War I, because of the influx of soldiers returning home, it's virtually aluminum built, so they're just less like structurally sound. And then my progression of design, my first design followed the grid of New Orleans, and then my second one was more environmentally strategized. And so it has a directly north-south circulation path to get natural cross ventilation. And then the final one that I decided on was the combination of the two, having that natural cross ventilation and my to own the grid of New Orleans.
What's the difference between the middle and the right?
The wrong one.
It's okay, we'll see it in the plan.
Yeah, it's on here. It's this one.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay.
So these are some of my precedents. The first one is actually New Orleans one that I found, and I used tubes throughout my site to kind of block the southern light that have vines growing on it. The 80 radi is for the exterior circulation, and then the next is road housing. I looked at the sloped roof for solar panels. So these are my environmental strategies that I've been used. So in the pink, there's the solar panels. So in New Orleans, there's solar panels want to face directly south at a 28-degree angle. So that's how they're situated on my buildings. And then I have natural water collection using destination sites because there is a very slight slope on the site. And then there's the natural cross ventilation that I talked about because the circulation is directly north to south. And then there's a green roof on that front lawn all the way at the top because it goes all the way to the floor. Sorry. And then this is the solar and then the sun shadow. So my diagrams, this is community spaces are in green and light notches to get north and east. My circulation, that north and east, or that's north-south circulation, vertical floors at the end of each aggregate, and then private at each aggregate. So the ground level is open to the public, but there's no entrance to any private building residency. And then the second floor is where all the entrances will be found. So only those in the co-housing unit are able to enter. And then the fourth floor is the only one where it changes with those further 3 buildings being taller to block the noise traffic lights. This is a section from the south to the north to show those front 3 aggregates being taller. And then the small unit is usually for a single family or a studio apartment, and it's usually combined with other small units that are in one tower type area. The medium unit is usually found by itself, and it's usually for a roommate type situation, so it's like a 2-bedroom. And then the large unit is either a 2-story situation, or it's a full floor of an apartment. And then this is the first 3 floor of an aggregate and how it all fits together. So as you can see, those first 2 floors are mostly small units put together, or with a small and a medium unit to form large units, and then the top floor are more single person units. This is a perspective on that 3rd floor looking towards the station. From that first courtyard looking up, and then what you would see behind one of those line units on a porch.
The model facing the right direction. This is the direction. I
Yeah.
feel like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
model
this
is-
Yeah, this is the
Shop
big
tools,
lobby, and
okay.
this is shop tools.
And is this is that like that commercial area that like the glass half full partnership? Cool, yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciated like you like walking us through your process a little bit more than the previous 2 students. Not saying it's bad, but it was really helpful that like you kind of guided us through and talked about how just like you were like going through the process and like making the adjustments based on the cardinal directions, and it's really clear. I was questioning a little bit like sort of the plan. Like the location of the vertical cores, I feel like they just make sense to be like on that central axis, like rather than being pushed out to the side. Like could there be like one on the corner for the 2 buildings, or like do you need one for
Yeah,
each
so
building?
my concept was I wanted each aggregate kind of to be its own co-housing unit and the larger co-housing unit. So then I would kind of force the people in that unit to kind of interact with each other on those stairs. So then they would use those porches together.
Yeah.
So they would get to know each other more rather than everyone in each other's units.
So then like even then like I think like putting the core in the center kind of creates more like engagement between engagement over force. Yeah, between the 2. It's all semantics. And then I'm wondering like what like would you like I know there's like it's nice to have this axis, but like how would you see like these spaces in between like this long axis here? How would that be used?
I was thinking like it would be more of like a walkway type situation, walking past, because this one, like, the only entrances to get onto the 2nd floor are here and there. So it would kind of, I don't know,
Yeah.
I would use forcing it. It would like be the way for people to interact with each other in the larger co-housing unit.
Yeah.
And then like the little porch areas here, kind of like the way that they stop and sit, and like get off to the side of the walkway, have a conversation like, oh, I haven't run into you in a while.
Yeah, I think you're talking about like destination. Like you would want to be here because this is like gonna have this really nice view of like the river and stuff. And then I see like how this is modeled, how like this is like flush with that. So like this is the ground floor. Can you go up to the floor that has this? Yeah, so like that's great. Like maybe there's more moments of this
Okay.
and this where like it doesn't just kind of like terminate and like it's just like it made to the end of this walkway, but there's something there on each of the floors.
Okay.
And then I think like this isn't enough of like a sound barrier. Like I think it'd be better if like you kind of like stepped it up away,
Okay.
because then it's kind of going against some of the stuff that you talked about originally of like the solar gain and the axiality. You would want like these to be the highest, even though it's weird. Like it could go both ways.
Yeah.
Like because you would want like this to be in relation to the scale of these buildings, but then these are going to be blocking the light from those ones that are to the north of it. So but I don't know. I think they're spaced far enough apart that like it shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
You can look at the Gropius diagram, the sectional heights and how far you need to go based on how high your building is. That's a really interesting diagram in terms of how to lay out the height, but you can always lay it out and then kind of cut across. Like it doesn't the whole plot doesn't need to relate to the other contents, right? But there should be some consideration of maybe instead of having the largest building be an entire wall, you also kind of start cutting across. So you can operate on both ends. I think this is one thing we haven't seen yet is the same operation happening twice. Like if you can lay out the things based on height, but then you can also kind of go back to the other direction and go, well, this area can also be cut as a secondary operation. And I do agree with the circulation comment. I think the word force, you can't really just use it because semantics is so important in the current kind of architectural value system, because we're all being criticized for what we say and also what it means to do something for a community, right? So if I force people to do something, then they don't have the free will to do it. But if you provide an opportunity for someone to do it, that's a different kind of value system that you're embarking on. So it provides the same thing, right? It doesn't actually change the design. It doesn't change the fact that people can interact with each other. It's just the word that can kind of make a difference in the way we approach the project. But imagine if you take that, like if you go back a lower floor, I love the way you've laid this out. I just wonder again if you can utilize the blue a little bit more. Can the middle be like a thicker pathway because a lot more people are going to go through it? Can the arches that go
or something between the
Yeah.
floors?
yeah, and also like these little kind of fringes of alleyways, bridges that kind of connect to the other apartments can get narrower as you go further, so to discourage people to go to the other side. I think the core being in the middle would actually engage people more. It would do what you want more than having them be separate. Because if I'm going up a corridor a floor that I'm sharing with 2 apartment units instead of 1, I have twice the likeliness of seeing someone that is my neighbor. And plus, you kind of engage your whole block rather than saying, I want to cluster each people as a separate community. You kind of say, I want a larger community to come together. In terms of your massing, I think it's really interesting to see like a blocky massing model and these bigger gaps on the ground. I would like you to be able to talk about that a little bit more because you're allowing a lot more public space. You're kind of talking about the idea that public space maybe is literally leaving blank floor space, like on the ground, for people to walk through, for people to engage with. But then what does it mean for the houses on the ground floor? If it's going to be so public on that level, could you actually have commercial spaces all the way at the bottom?
Can you go up this one to the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, could we have a communal space here and all these different commercial spots and gyms and I don't know, nurseries and kindergartens. And then as you go up, you become more residential. So you actually use that block that you wanted as a, what is it? Is it a charity?
It's a nonprofit.
It's a nonprofit. Could also be housing, but the nonprofit could start seeping through the bottom. And this blue can become a nice link where now with my experience of the rain and the heat and the humidity and the beautiful weather you all have, you can use that as also a path of connection. So sometimes you draw a diagram and then you need to move away and forget what your objective was and come back to it again and realize that there's so much potential in your intuition to do it that you can start sussing out. So there's a lot here, which is amazing to like reach the end of a semester with a project that can kind of now take on a lot more than what you planned for it to do. Great job.
Could you go, this is the ground level.
Yes.
Go through each one quickly. So the second level,
And then that's the.
okay. That should show the lower level
Okay.
on it because,
Yeah, this area too, like it completely disappears in the ones below.
yeah, you've actually got a building here and a couple buildings up there. And you have a slide that showed the environmental system.
Well, before we move, I would remove these lot lines
Okay.
Yeah.
because they're just remnants of what's happened before. Unless you're preserving them with sort of ground floor landscaping, then they should go. Maybe preserving them in the ones that are remaining. But yeah, go that diagram.
But you definitely want to show your building there, which you showing the gray of the existing buildings, but your ability to start defining space.
Yeah, it's just a little distracting, especially when we get to these diagrams where it's not important. Like you can even get rid of the context that needs like focus more on the individual components. Like, it'd be way more diagrammatic. And we don't need to see any text, but like the chopping tools and Joseph and stuff.
I also wonder if you like finish now the project and you actually start again from the back forward. So if you were looking at environment as an eco-friendly project, how do you actually create something that takes on the wind tunnel that you're creating and the solar panels and the water collection that then gives you the massing, right? Because right now you're kind of saying that it's slightly better because of this, but what is the optimal situation based on just the environmental concerns? But because now you have an architectural system, so you could actually bend your building a little bit, you could push them apart a little bit, you could press them down, you could bring them higher, and it wouldn't really change your architectural approach, but it will give a stronger relation to this kind of conceptual idea that the eco-driven project really takes that more into account than your initial kind of concept. But you wouldn't have been able to do that had you not done the project. But I think now that you've done the project, you can slightly think about how do I tweak it based on this diagram.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you emphasized the environmental response. Although it seems like each one of those could be celebrated more or exploited more. Like there's no reason that every roof shouldn't be a green roof, and that all of them, that would make every roof a water collection. And every one of them could have their own solar panels, because that's what you mainly need, is just a lot of area. And finally, it seems like there are basically three things. There's the blocks, there's the circulation, and then there are the courtyards in between. And it seems like they're kind of treated in that order of priority. That and both Jay and Nick have mentioned that the main spine there, it could be celebratable. You know, it could be wider. It could have events along it and all the circulation. I think several decisions are really good to have it single loaded, and which means, of course, you got access on one side. So all of those people are kind of participating in this courtyard, and these people in that courtyard. And then on the other side, it seems like you should have balconies, so that it's like the collective people on one side and the individual people on the other. So you've got people always interacting with those courtyards, because it seems like the courtyards are not getting the love that the other parts of the project have. And finally, I wonder why this doesn't go all the way to the street, because it seems like you've set up such a rigorous system to both acknowledge the street grid and the kind of urban pattern of holding that street frontage. And just even this tree event, to be clear that that's what's going on. So, yeah, I think that that's where you could fall through.
I just want to mention that like the green roof is not always environmental. So I'm not always for the green roof. I think the idea of greenwashing these projects actually makes me lose interest in it. I would actually be more interested if your project didn't have a green roof and actually utilize more solar panels, more water collection, more natural cross ventilation. When you have green roofs, for it to actually do environmental work, it would require a load that would require enough structure that will then be environmentally unfriendly in terms of extraction and in terms of building. So there's an amount of green roofing that doesn't actually do the work when it's green, right? There's, I think, enough water collection, maybe the material that you put that doesn't reflect heat to reduce heat island effects. But the idea of a green roof where everything is planted is not always actually environmentally sound. So, yeah.
Thank you. So could the next person pin up over Catherine here?
We actually did it on the other side, so we're just gonna flip the border around.
Oh, wow. That's great.
But the person who's after Cameron should pin up on top of that, yes.
Wow, what, we got a system here.
Or Kat can production, it would be easier if Kat.
I can take down. 'cause I don't know
Easy.
who's-
I don't know who's under right there. Just moving that thing around.
Doing that.
I can help you.
Oh, also very nice model, Catherine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Another thing that's not environmental. Well, it's actually flipped old crap, so it's. But they will cause the
Yeah.
whole
I
shit.
mean, how many iterations of printing? One, like, is not too bad. No, could you help? You can hold it a little.
I'd also argue that you don't really need your chin-ups.
It's nice to like walk around and see them all, like for the presentation. I'm really not really looking at that.
Yeah.
Although.
But I also
might
want
have
the
the
print lab, so it's great.
opportunity
I
to-
love it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm anxious to whip out the markers and stuff.
Yeah.
Redesign.
All right, go for it.
Does it work?
Oh,
Yes. Hey, Cameron.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cameron Reshort, and my project is titled ARPS for the Arts, which is located on the north side of Chapatula. To start off my presentation, I included a drawing of the site plan in a section. These two drawings display the three main housing complexes within the project, with the inclusion of the extra housing complexes and all the amenities such as the restaurant, amphitheater, and then we have the Welcome Center on the south end, and lastly, the elevated bike path that ties the entire project together. Each of the three main complexes house New Orleans natives, families, students, etc., who are interested in or have a specific association with the arts. The complex on the north end of the site houses the culinary lovers, hence why it's connected to the restaurant. The second complex is located towards the east side of the site, which houses musicians, recording artists, music history scholars, etc. Hence why it's connected to the amphitheater. And the third complex on the south end, which overlooks the Mississippi River, provides housing and amenities for the people fascinated in visual arts. Next, we have several site diagrams. The first one shows the existing buildings on the site. This next slide displays the maskings of all the structures within the site block, existing buildings, and the projects. Next, the bike path is included. And finally, the garden green space is shown. Now for this axonometric diagram, the elevated public space is highlighted. You can see how the bike path creates this space and how the public levels change from building to building. Two more housing towers are included to showcase the possibility of continuing the growth of the Arts for Arts towards the river. Next, we will move on to typologies. This first typology includes 6 units spanning 1 floor. Now, the second typology includes 4 units spanning 2 floors, which usually houses small families. This typology only arises on the final 2 floors of each tower, so the set of bedrooms on the final story allows natural light to enter through the skylights above, which is right here. Now, the third and fourth typologies include both 1 and 3 units respectively. These homes are located on top of the restaurant and welcome center. Next, we have a long section that runs almost to the Mississippi River. You can also visualize the additive housing complexes in this drawing, which are these right here. The following set of drawings are the plans for each of the three main structures in the project. This is the housing complex 1 on the north end. This is the housing complex 2, which is on the center/east end. And lastly, we have the housing complex 3 on the south end. Now we have the ground floor. I'm sorry. Now we have the ground floor of both the restaurant, Frankie and Johnny's, in the first housing complex. And this is the second floor of both of these spaces. And we'll have the same thing for the Welcome Center. Next, we have the ground floor of both the Welcome Center and the housing complex, the third housing complex. And now this is the second floor of both of these spaces. Finally, we have my perspective, which this is a perspective coming from that bike path that goes through all these towers. And then this perspective showcases the space of the amphitheater. And lastly, we have the final axon, which displays the entire side block and displays a view, goes through an entire side block, and each tower is color-coded to represent a different type of art that is highlighted within the complex, which is culinary, music, and then finally visual arts. The entire neighborhood holds 73 units and houses up to 103 people. So that's my project. Thank you. Yeah.
Plan, I think this was the first plan.
The plan in the section.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the dark one, the really dark one.
Okay.
I think that's why we have this, because that's what the language is supposed to be.
But I like the one on the screen more. So
Really?
I actually don't like this.
Okay.
I like this.
It's a happy accident.
Yeah. So I'm not going to talk about the practical parts of your project because I think your conceptual framework and the pedagogy that you're working within is more important to me than the little tweaks that need to happen in the project. What you're doing right now is, when I look at this plan, especially not this plan, is you're carving pochette, and you're treating the ground as pochette as well. So straight away it gives me the Hayek victims part vibes, because what he does is he literally grows a grid of trees and then carves areas out for the pavilion. And the idea is those tiny little trees that are dots in the drawing would grow to be a forest, and it would look like you've carved the architecture out of the forest. So what I'm seeing here is there's a carving happening, and I'm kind of imagining that dense hatch is also eventually going to become trees. And what you've created is this really bizarre version of a forest that also hides functions such as amphitheaters, bike paths, and all these like little practical things that you would not assume in a project that would push the concept of a biodiverse scenario. And I like that you didn't even mention that. That wasn't the project driver, but it kind of starts to appear in the way that you've drawn your project. And if you keep going down your slides, one couple more, I think. So, okay, and then straight away we see the pochette, right? So I see the pochette there, and then all of a sudden you reaffirm that you are working with pochette because you do a really strong, harsh figure ground, which emphasizes that reading is kind of intuition, in part of your intuition. Keep going. Here, I would wonder if you start adding on to the pochette, so you might be carving out, and I would suggest you carve out in white, not in color.
Okay.
And then I would start adding the black back in based on what you're occupying within the white carving out. So
Okay.
you first carve out, and then you start placing things within.
Okay.
Can you keep going?
Yes.
More.
So like, and then this is the
More.
green space. Okay.
More.
Okay.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden we come here, and it looks like even your little catalog has its own pochette. So I'm ignoring the context, I'm ignoring the fact that you do have a square outline that overlays in the plan, but I read that every little intervention that you have is actually carved out of pochette, and therefore you can't actually draw your catalog without drawing the poche around it, because your project is inside the poche. Do you understand what I mean?
understand.
So you can't actually take away the exterior
Like
and
all of
look at
this.
the exactly.
Yes.
So I think there's an interesting concept here that you're driving the project through carving out rather than adding onto the site, which your model kind of fails to insinuate the same kind of drawing representation that's showing up here. And the fact that if you keep going to your section,
The long section.
the long section, what's nice about the scale here that also doesn't work when you do the zoomed in section of just your site is these buildings end up being really small. And it would be really interesting if you're carving out of a forest or a poche that your buildings start to sit on stilts. And you end up having a really small footprint. You have multiple little buildings that might connect in some floors. So you might have a core in one building that actually connects to two buildings, or a core that, again, like the previous project, that links two buildings together. But your project can be a lot more sensitive if it's about poche and it's about carving. How does it actually touch the ground? Because I think the poche becomes more interesting when you elevate off the ground and you imagine you're cutting through a canopy, rather than when you're at the floor, you see the tree trunk. So there's the scale difference between a tree canopy and a tree trunk that is really large, right? And I would think it would be really curious to start looking at some kind of Japanese brutalism where you have the mushroom structure, tree structure, where everything touches the ground very lightly, but then it's heavy in the top. Okay. So this kind of biomimicry, without it really functioning as a tree, but representationally, how do you carve poche? How do you actually sit on stilts? How do you build a tree house? This is what I'm getting from your project, even though you didn't talk about the bio aspect or trees or any kind of nature. I think it drives it in the representation. Yeah.
Because, yeah, I think that's a strong idea, but I don't really get it from the project. It seems more, especially in the model, in which the axiometric, the main three-dimensional presentation feels, it really feels like objects rather than spaces. So if, for instance, the advice, you could take all that kind of grid of trees that are at the top and then just make a dense orchard over the whole thing, and then actually start carving out spaces. But it doesn't seem like that's really the way that you approached it. It seems more like you made the tower like objects and then set them down.
Yes, pretty much. Yes, sir. Yes, and I started to like find spaces after I had like these major objects, I guess, within my site already. Like this was a garden space, and this space was to provide like organic foods for people in the culinary, you know, the culinary building to use, and for them to maybe donate to the restaurant. And I tried to like kind of plan out that garden space depending on these major, I guess, big dense buildings.
Yeah. So it does seem to me more formalist, that is object oriented, whereas urban design in general, it seems to me, should be more spatially driven than formally driven. Because if you start with the objects, then the space around is likely to look residual and not feel that it's like the intentional, the geometric design. Whereas if you start with carving out the space, then the buildings can be defining those. So it doesn't seem like the spaces between the buildings are really figural. The amphitheater is figural, but it is almost like another object there.
Yes.
So spaces like this or this, are not as primary and salient in the whole composition as the objects are. We're really drawn to the objects. Those are the things we can identify as square or pink bar. Whereas there's not a name for the space in between. So, I think that is an important thing to keep in mind.
when you have an opportunity like this at the urban design level to shape space, which you don't have if you're doing one of these houses. You've got that little lot, you pretty much got to fill it up. And then you get a little front yard, backyard. Whereas you can actually have a hierarchy of open spaces and kind of vocabulary or typology of outdoor spaces, like porches or commercial arcades, protected courtyard.
Can you go to this axon in the project?
Yeah.
I can look at it there, but it's a little light. Yeah, so, thanks so much for the presentation. I really liked Zaid's comments, kind of like the mistranslation of the digital to the physical, and like kind of reading into that. It's really fascinating, but it's definitely not what you were going for. So it's like kind of an exploration of like what it could have been or a different idea, but it's not really accurate. Like way to discuss the project in that, talk about what you've done here, what you're showing to us. Cool, yeah. So I think this is a really important image because it's like this bicycle path is just so overwhelming. It's that mistranslation again of that dark crochet, and like I'm sure you've like thought about like this moment here of like these people now that they have like all of their natural light is being blocked out by this elevated walkway that they're pretty much don't have any access to. Like, you know, like we're not seeing any like pathways to get up to it from there. Like they have to kind of enter into the site, go up to a staircase or something, to then like bicycle ride on it. So like maybe instead of it being such a kind of like a superstructure that's extending over people's private areas or their private property, maybe it's just elevated like on your site, and you're creating like some sort of like loop thing, like kind of Noah was talking about, and then it's like, because I like the idea of like creating new infrastructure and having like more of these pieces scattered around. It'd be really nice to have seen that in the mall too. If you could like laser cut that strip, 3D print more of these little pieces, and then we can start to think about like, it's like, oh cool, like Cameron's thinking about this as a module, as like maybe like a prefabricated construction that we could reduce the cost by producing 10 of them, you know. So I think that's a really interesting idea to explore. I'm definitely not convinced by this like elevated pathway that's like kind of overlaid on top. But I think if you're exploring some really interesting things, like I like the amphitheater in the center. There probably should be some sort of like pathway or axis, like it's very axial in the center of the center of the site. So is this like just for the people that are there, or are they inviting the members of the community that are around to kind of join these COVID concerts and such?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't. I mean, I think you talked with initially about like how there's certain types of people that fit into these different towers, and I don't know if I really like that. Like I feel like it would be much better if there was like, here are the type of people that we want in general, and they can live wherever they want. You know, I would,
Or not have a type at all.
not have a type at all. Exactly. Like, I wouldn't really want to just be like surrounded by a bunch of people who like fabrication, just because that's what I like. I want to be like surrounded by people that do other stuff because those are my friends. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, just like kind of like getting inspiration and like working with other people that are in the field is so important that I would want to promote that as much as possible.
Okay.
And then can we see the plan of like it was like the series of typical of like the housing block that showed like the 5 plans?
Yes. Yes.
I think you need to like program a little bit more of this like void plan.
Is it?
It was the one that showed like all 5. It was like one of the yeah, that's great. So like in this plan, in the one I'm mostly looking at this one here, because like this is like a huge amount of space that's just kind of like open. I definitely think that in this one you should have like the hatch of the bicycle path coming through.
Okay.
Like what happens there? Does it bubble out and there's space like one of those like steam domes, like angled walls.
Yeah.
Like in section that could be some really exciting stuff that's going to happen in there. But right now it's just kind of like unexplored. Okay. So I definitely would try to take some time to figure out like what is that space, how does it work, and how does it relate? Like, is that like the balcony area for the amphitheater so that like the opera singer can pop out and like give their give their speech and then it's like relate to the people that are on the ground, and like how does the different spaces relate to different things. So, like I feel like this one closest to this is chocolate tools.
Yes, yes.
But this one, maybe that space wants to be as high as possible because you're creating that outlet in the site, and then maybe the ramp is the meeting up. And then like I would do more like the perspectives are it's like very rushed, like kind of like a lot of it's like very last minute. So like there's a lot of like details and stuff that I would try to add in the summer, like entourage and like maybe additional views, maybe some texture, materiality, just to elevate the product a little bit. It's really nice bones, just that it's missing a lot of like the skin.
Okay, but I would just strongly press against the idea that talking about a project based on the representation is not accurate because it's not what the student intended. Because in the end of the day, architecture is what you put on the wall and how we read that representation. So it's always an accurate representation to be interpreted.
Yeah.
It can be interpreted completely different than what you put out. What I would say is if you want it to be interpreted exactly the way you want it to be, then the representation across the board needs to be homogeneous in reflecting the model, the perspectives, and the drawings. I just think that your drawings reflect the possibility of understanding the project differently. And I think your other parts should actually take on that tool of carving rather than saying that, oh, my project was about objects and you stick to that just because it was your initial primary concept. I think the project has that flexibility to build more onto it rather than take away from it.
Okay.
Thank you all.
No, I understand. No, I'm not saying you did it. I'm just saying that it's, again, the semantics of saying that
Yeah.
something is not accurate just because it's new.
Right.
If their drawings show those
things exported
Yeah.
directly.
I love this perfect.
It's like a whole thing,
Yeah.
which is very fascinating. Yeah. It's
Thank y'all so much.
Thanks, Cameron.
Seems like
It's just I like it. It's fun because it's a little break. Oh, let's
Hi everyone, I'm Jace, and my project is called, is it down or up? Yeah, In Plain Sight. I'm gonna have to skip over this because I left my placeholder slides in, forgot to replace them, but In Plain Sight intends to create a community through design rather than designing for an existing community. The COVID-19 pandemic has seen a rise in evictions, homelessness, unemployment, and domestic violence. In Plain Sight is a temporary and long-term housing shelter for women and children who are seeking asylum from threatening living situations. This is a really important statement that I made in my service learning. It says, collective living is the residential embodiment of choice, making it the ideal housing option for empowering women and children in a societal environment that works against vulnerable communities on a fundamental level. So this just explains my rationale for kind of diverging from the overall making up a community and building for it, and instead addressing a problem that we are going to have to address as architects in the future. So, sorry, I know I have a hard time improvising, but the design for this project is influenced by the need for anonymity, safety, and recovery. Characteristics from my horizontal, vertical, and sectional homes dictated how the project uses form and materiality to meet those needs. Oh geez, something's out of order. So sorry. is embarrassing.
It's fine.
No worries.
I'll just, that's fine. Mesh covered windows on outward facing facades and convertible rooms and terraces on inward facing facades provides privacy from outside the premises and familiarity from within. This is what I wanted to have when I said that. Redevelopment of the site includes replanting and adding trees densely around the perimeter for disguise, natural cross ventilation, and noise and light filtration. And the addition of quiet outdoor spaces such as ponds and pocket courtyards. These are my pocket courtyards that are along the perimeter and with their little ponds that come out of these gaps in the form. Encourage reflection, growth, and peace. In addition to security, this project intends to provide women with or without children with safe and secure housing, healthcare and counseling services, and rehabilitation and educational programs. On the ground floor, residents have access to a women's health clinic, pediatrician, mental health clinic, community classes, and childhood education resources. The addition of a playground here by the daycare, playground and library encourages learning, socializing, and development for children who have been through really traumatic situations. Typologies were formed by extracting the form from my horizontal home and subtracting rooms to create room for the vertical pour, as well as to organize terraces and convertible rooms. Two individual forms of the horizontal home were then connected around the vertical pour. There are two typologies, each with two layouts, two layout variations. A one bedroom here with a smaller unit, and then the same size unit with larger terraces, and a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. And one of the bedrooms has 2 twin beds, and then the other bedroom in the other unit has just 1 twin bed. Typologies were then connected and stacked to create covered terraces and to emphasize the subtractive strategy that drives the project's form. The first and first floors repeat themselves. So the first floor is also going to be the 3rd floor, and the 2nd floor will also be the 4th floor. So that if in the future we need to expand this women's shelter, the possibility of continuing the verticality of the design still exists. And this project is 5 stories and has 72 units. 36 single bedroom units and 36 double bedroom units. So this is a section where the subtractive strategy is most visible in this aggregate, where you can see the kind of alternating terraces. This is supposed to be mesh. The quality is not great, but it is great here. So, and these are some perspectives that I did. Also, this looks better on the PowerPoint. So as you can see, you have these terraces that look over the internal communal spaces, but on the outside, there's just mesh covered windows so that somebody standing on the outside of the premises can't identify who's on the inside. And the stacking and subtractive strategy of this design creates these really interesting views that I wanted to emphasize in my project. So thank you guys so much.
Why is it called in plain sight?
Kind of I was thinking about, it's something that is disguised in plain sight. I didn't include the trees in my axon because I wanted to focus on the form here. But ideally, the building would be surrounded by this thick perimeter of trees, so it's kind of hiding in plain sight.
Where are you hiding?
Yeah, no, I mean, in the case of, yeah, seriously, the women's shelter, it's the ones I'm familiar with. They're actually completely anonymous. They're gated. Nobody knows where they're supposed to
know where they are because these guys are just kind of stalking. And so, I mean, you could easily have fences and gates and stuff. But, yeah, the need for security is paramount. There for a reason.
Well, your representation is clear and your presentation is clear. If you ever get nervous in the presentation because your slides are wrong, just like give yourself like that 1 second that you don't realize it only takes 1 second to take a deep breath, and no one realizes anything. So don't ever like allow that to get to you because it's amazing. The presentation is great. If you need to read, I actually like to have a piece of paper in front of me as well, just so that I can glance back and make sure that I've gone through it. So I think it was great. In that sense, your message came across, your ideas came across. Can you go back maybe to the plan?
Yeah.
Ground plan. I love that you were giving us a narrative while looking at an architectural drawing, rather than a narrative while we look at a perspective. You switched it. You talked about the architecture and perspective, and you talked about the narrative when you were talking about the plan. And I think that kind of allowed us to really access the architectural qualities through what you were inherently trying to persuade us that your project does. I thought the idea of the reflection pools are really interesting. I kind of think Boston and Hayes big reflective pool, and all of a sudden it gets decentralized in this project. And then it makes me question the fact that should the hospital or clinic or therapy sessions get decentralized as well? Could we start having pockets? So for example, as a doctor, I can go into each of these buildings and have a room. So it's kind of like a hot desk system in an office, but I have different rooms. So no one actually knows which doctor I'm going to see because this is, for example, not my gynecologist, or this is not my hormone therapist, this is not my just psychologist. And you allow people to lose track of what's happening because hiding in plain sight also sometimes is hiding from each other. Like even victims of trauma want that space from other trauma victims as well. So allowing this kind of decentralization happen in all aspects of the project, because I love the fact that it so delicately fits into the building as swatches. And I would kind of want to see like more swatches happening. Maybe the clinic happens on the 3rd floor next to the laundry. So someone thinks I'm going to go take my laundry and I'm actually going to see a therapist. Maybe there's moments of you talking about how you can communicate virtually as well, because we don't actually need like physical space for everything. I just in terms of representation, it would be clearer if your ponds were a little bit more blue. Just like such a stupid comment, I know, like, but if it was blue, it doesn't look like swatches of grass.
I know, I kind of got married to my color palette.
And I think maybe this is a general comment for everyone that we've seen today. There's the strict division between a diagram and a drawing. And it would be interesting to sometimes allow the drawing to take on as much of the diagram as possible, because it's nice to see a diagram, but it's also nice to understand everything straight away from the drawing, which I think in your project, it does that clearly. I think it's a very provocative project. Maybe one thing I would say is it a women's shelter or is it a female shelter, so that it could be a little bit more inclusive of other communities that also depend on women's support. It's beautiful.
Jason.
Yeah, it's a strong presentation that I think really, you're the first person to have, the perspectives be the biggest thing, and the kind of experiential three-dimensional drawings as 2/3 of the presentation, with the orthographic analytical drawings being more support for that. So it suggests that the way that we should read it is as an experience, and then here's the way that the organization supports that, which is appropriate to the situation. And it's easy to read and powerful. You also have architectural character that is not just default. I know there's a lot of design, and so not everybody is actually designing the proportions of the windows and so on. But the fact that you've got both the kind of frame and infill expression as well as the strict window expression and so on indicates that you've really thought about that and made those decisions in the perspective. Yeah, I'm wondering whether it's quite articulate. There's a lot of bumping. And that gives you the opportunity to have a lot of protected outdoor space and relationship between a small outdoor space, a balcony, or a terrace, a larger outdoor space. And I wonder whether it makes sense to think of it as a geode, that has a really crisp exterior, smooth, and then it's all fragmented and crystallized. You know what a geode is? Yeah. Because it seems like, and it's a little bit difficult to make the argument because we don't see the adjoining blocks, but it does seem like this is distinctive from the other blocks, and partly because it's, it has to be secure and private, and it would be appropriate to express it not as a fortress, but just as a kind of different expression, that the relationship between this and this, and this and this is not the same as between this and this. I think all of these have their particular character, but then here, that's a different situation. And so it could perhaps be more like, or you see it in, well, actually, if you're around at the French Quarter, or most traditional European cities, where it's black right to the edges and crisp square, and then it's all heavily and individualized inside. So anyway, it has a different kind of format at block level than it has at the unit level.
Yeah, I think I like that idea. I mean, thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was a really thought-provoking idea. I mean, I felt that it's not just here's a space for whatever. It's a really specific use case, and that's really important to think about architecture. And it's kind of it's expanded beyond just here's housing student, housing. So I thank you for that extra thought behind the idea and the concept. And I agree with what everything that Bruce said. I don't know if I have much to add. I think what you said about its axon being not adding those details in the trees and the ground floor to focus on the architecture is valid, but I think we're missing the characteristics of that wall. Maybe if you're putting in these similar trees so that they're have the capacity as your perspective. So there's right now it's the perspectives are their own piece characteristic, and they're beautiful and they're really well done. But other drawings don't really speak to that style. So maybe if you're kind of incorporating that natural texture and that tree line, so that they kind of fit as because right now it's one shoe that's separate, but you really could add that texture and materiality to it. I think it would be really beautiful. And I think the only thing was really missing from your presentation is kind of zooming in on one of these blocks and having that be the full screen. With this visual presentation, it's really important. We have a full section like Cameron, you have that really long modular section. It's at this scale, it's not super punchable. So then kind of zooming in on moments, or maybe doing a slideshow of here's bump, and then we see the full thing. So that we're able to kind of get into details. Because I can get up, yes, if I'm not lazy, and just kind of stand here and look at it for a bit. But I think it's really helpful for you to walk us through that. Because unlike the other people that presented, yours was a more direct translation from the previous exercise where you said I took my horizontal house and we started stacking and combining it, but we didn't really have a second to look at that how that worked, because it was rushed through. And I think I like the crenellations and the smooth edges. I would try to have more play with it. Is there possibilities for some of these ponds to be continuous. Like maybe they're not just stopping at the wall, but they're going through the building. So you're able to kind of like walk through and see openings, kind of have more directionality like between these areas, like it's more open and less private here. Like I'm just like questioning like if you're here, like is this as private as like in here? Like does it need to be rotated and shifted so you're paying more of that interior space rather than like these like axial like directions from the street. And then I would love to see like more perspectives because there's some
There's like more, yeah.
yeah, because I think they're like we're not getting like the full perception. Like I think in this bottom one, it would be helpful to have something in the foreground to kind of ground us that we're not floating in the air. And in this top one, like it's kind of feels like we're still too high. Like I want to be like on the ground level, kind of looking up, seeing the ponds. Like I love the materiality. I like the how you're treating the windows and the entourage. It's like I think they can be shifted up or down, or you know what I mean? Yeah.
I definitely tried to kind of have it as if I were standing on the terrace and looking out, but I absolutely understand the importance of seeing it from an eye level because you're not really spending the whole time on your terrace.
I mean, even at the balcony edge, right?
Right.
Of the foreground, just adding that little strip in Photoshop
Yeah.
will already give you.
Yeah, the foreground, that creates such an important sense of space.
Yeah.
You have a foreground. Usually you got a foreground, middle ground, background, and whatever is the feature thing is the middle ground. Yeah, especially since they're so spatial, it would be helpful even if we're just talking.
And this is kind of common for everyone. Like when I do digital presentations, like I'll spend a lot of time on like maybe like 2 or 3 views and make those like beautiful. Those are like the portfolio pieces. But it really isn't that hard to like do like a quick display view and just say like, here's the view from the entrance. And it's like, it's line drawings, maybe you're putting a patch in the sky, that's it. And maybe if you have like a series of those, talk about the sequence. Because like we can see it in plan, we can talk about the entrance, but like sequential renderings at a lower resolution are so valuable for someone who's seen the project for the first time to understand how you move through the space. Super helpful.
I want to commend you on also one thing. I know that we can start with maybe the next person, but you just
You can start rotating.
yeah, you can start maybe you can save yourself from the rotation thing. You can start moving the screen.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
I think what you have to be. Maybe. Okay.
Oh yeah, maybe just roll the whole thing over.
I just want to commend you for proving in a moment where everyone is questioning what architecture can do. This is what architecture can do, right? Like you're still doing the architectural spatial organization, yet it's completely aware of its context and what is needed by a clinic and what the community wants and the effects of the pandemic versus how you build. And this is the kind of architecture that we need to all move towards. And I think you just proved it in your project that the discipline, in quotes, is not really what drives architecture, but really this minutia and understanding the sensitivities of the community can really drive a really interesting project. So,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
take your model, take your drawings, and ask what would they change, what doesn't work, and see if they can like help you reflect and talk to you at a and what aspects would they change? Maybe they'll say you need more. That's something else. Maybe it's less hard, but actually it's the gates are interior. So just talk to people who are experts on this because now you have a proposal that they can discuss with you. You'll be helping them.
And this is my project on houses. First, I'll look through some of my past projects because those informed how I domesticated the spaces to serve my purpose. So this is presenting the vertical how my original side for college students. Sectional hall. So firstly, when we first look at the site, we were tasked with drawing two sections across the 3 blocks, lengthwise both ways. And when I looked at this, it kind of informed me of the creating trend of industrialization versus domesticity. You can see that based off the density of the buildings, although there is a topographical difference. And that inspired the topic that I wanted to investigate, but it also influenced the aggregation. So my intentional community isn't look at a community beforehand. It kind of works to try to retain a long-term community in order to fight long-term and pre-existing social conditions, especially in the context of New Orleans, where short-term economies and an overall attitude of disposability tend to harm how other people treat the land and how it is kind of taken for its resources for short-term economies. So in order to stifle that, I tried to have conversations about gentrification, economy, and overall inhabitant retention, and tried to find ways in order to translate that through architecture. So this is just a brief evolution of the things I kind of discussed in order to get to an open-ended conclusion. I would say it's still an ongoing conversation, but I first tried going with very harsh gradation against what I noticed in the sections when I first started. So as it became more industrial, as it reached north, I thought that having heavy buildings created in the opposite direction would act as a sort of buffer to industrialization to sort of create a feeling of domesticity towards the rest of the community. But as I discussed and investigated this further, I found that sprawling and keeping that sort of gradation in a more subtle way, but doing so in a way that gestured a sense of community in the meta sense, kind of hinted at what I was trying to get at ideologically, and there's some essence in but this is so I was really interested in more shifty, blocking kinds of aggregation where it doesn't seem like a stiff project like housing complex, because that is often a short-term solution to the social issues I was describing before, and this doesn't work. And I'll explain more apologies for the diagrams. But the sort of conclusion that I kind of arrived at, the temporary conclusion, would to lead into the sort of meta aspect of meta home and treat a sort of home similar to bring a sense of domesticity and community without being so overbearing that it acts on this like that. So in order to do that, I centered my array to try to make them more domestic, but they kind of gesture around this open area. But as a whole, these three units of things do that to each other, where they all gesture at this central space, but still leave gaps for the rest of the neighborhood to keep in and interact with. And I also tried to remedy this or discuss this issue by adding some program that would cater to a wide variety of ages, so that inhabitants can be supported along several stages of life. So, for example, there's a daycare, but there's also a bingo hall, and there's also the open mixed-use community spaces and recreational center that takes up 2 blocks in the center of the largest unit. There are more intimate ones like libraries and reading rooms. So trying to keep a diverse array of resources for potential inhabitants was one of the ways that I tried to
retain retention. And this is a section perspective of buildings, and this is, although I did have to sacrifice a lot of the gradation that I discussed, that I wanted to lead into before, I still try to preserve it. So this is a cut right through most of the domestic spaces, but you do get a look at that internal slash farm. Take a look at that. So, perspectives. And this is a look at some of the units. So when I looked at my past projects, it was a house that I built for college students where all the housing was very one size fits all. I tried to make it more diverse. Here, the size of rooms so a bit more of either family sets or just a broader age range. And I do keep some of the more compact houses, but I do prioritize the larger ones that can hold families that tend to stay. Oh, there's so you would say that's kind of an L. I'm supposed to cut you off. Wow. Thank you.
Great.
Thank
Okay,
you.
let's do the next one.
Yeah.
Beautiful, I love that.
Thank you so much.
It's so nice.
Yeah, so that's a good aggregation from Mason and Alex. And this is a look at the circulation. And gesturing that I kind of talked to everything.
That was a really great presentation. I love the, the graphics were impeccable. It's the constant idea of like trying to halt gentrification and like thinking about like assisting like the people, the staff and faculty behind university. A really interesting idea because that's kind of like an issue with all these projects. Like who's going to be living? Like, who you know, it's just going to be people that are like from work, like people take house and stop for people that are from here and from that. Geez. But like I think it's a really interesting concept, and I'm just kind of curious of like how does the units and the aggregations kind of promote that sort of like staying, like kind of like not being a temporary thing of like the stepping stone towards the next place. And like it's very much like separate from the like, even though it's like kind of creating these internal communities, it's not really creating like those like strong connections with the people adjacent, you know? So I would want to like kind of like carve out like these spaces as like shared like public areas, like kind of programming them. I mean, I know it's like kind of like beyond the resolution of what we're getting into right now, but maybe that's a good next step of like looking at that ground floor plan and finding like is there programmatic things that we can do to like bring the community and have that shared dialogue. It's more than likely that like these people that are living around also work at Zoom, you know? So for like a lot of them, it's the biggest employer. But can you go back to these perspectives? They're beautiful. We look at them for like half a second. Oh my goodness, I love these. They're so cool. I don't have any comments. They're just cool. Yeah, textures, materiality, like they're like diagrammatic, but it's legible. I love them. Bruce can say now he hates them. Let's hear it.
I was about to say I don't like them. I was like, I can't disagree with it.
It's okay, good.
I dislike the graphics. I like the concept of it. Because there's something about how different it is than the references, right? Like you look at Ricardo, you look at Safdie, their entire thing is creating a massive block. They want that block clear in the end. It's homogeneous, like one material, everything looks the same. Like it takes up space in the skyline that your project refuses to do. So in a certain way, I think I really appreciate it. To take the reference and then to completely obliterate it. However, the thing that I'm missing is the sensitivity to each little unit being its own block. It feels like everything got compacted into these like massive tower-like structures. So even though they're small scale, they look massive. It looks like in Legoland in a miniature version of the city, rather than the idea of being sensitive to how things slip. Because you can use that to your advantage because it breaks away the scale. And then we wouldn't really understand this as a massive building, but it would actually be these little balconies that either stick out, either sometimes they get carved all the way through for ventilation. So you can use your strategy to do a lot more work. However, I do agree that there's something also about the plan that reminds me of de Kooning's Erased in a Drawing. I don't know if you know that art piece where there's an artist that goes and buys one of de Kooning's painted drawings and he erases it and then just frames it and sells it. And I think I think it's an earlier plan. It's okay. Well, it's this one. So there's this kind of erased factor where the pochette doesn't take up space. Where if you're talking about gentrification and building and everything, the idea that your pochette isn't so aggressive on the drawing kind of insinuates this kind of fragility in how you enter a community. But I do want to agree that it feels so super concentric right now, and if it's about the community, then I do agree that like all the carving should happen on the outside. So I think it's only about moving and shifting your blocks. So it's not about redesigning the project, but just saying, okay, well, could we start? And I would be more extreme. I think the projects right now are all very polite. I would close the street. Like what happens if this block gets shared and you close that street and you share the garden, and you just get rerouted and this entire street becomes pedestrian.
Yeah, like 5 people use Arabella, like doing the Arabella.
Yeah. So how do you kind of push this conversation that you want? Because the projects that you're using take that extreme. So I wouldn't allow the practicalities of doing this kind of project limit your vision for what it should become in the end. So I think that's the only kind of comment that I have towards the end of the project. It feels like it got a little bit timid. And that's why like the perspectives to me don't do it that much, is because I don't see the kind of craziness of it feels erased. Like this is kind of old new material. I want to see old material. I want to see more people. I want to see activities that you would do. Like if you go to my local community back home, there are a lot of people on the street. There's like people that make their bikes on the street. There's like someone who forgot their groceries. There's a lot of things that are a mess that are not usually a public mess. And here there's no public mess. And I just want it to be a lot messier. Like yeah, in terms of populating. But otherwise, it's a great problem.
A couple of things on the presentation that I think is a lot of credit for. One is this plan, because showing the context. I think this is really crucial, especially, of course, in an urban design project or when it has stronger design implications, is that you always draw the next scale up and anything is thought of as kind of onion or Russian dolls and increasing scales. And so that's great. Also, both this and the axiometric, the shadows make a lot of difference. It's really good. You get a sense of the the scale and atmosphere of the place much more.
Tree in the street.
Tree in the street. See, you were closing the street. You were
See the street. That's okay. It's a little bit.
I know. I mean, you started doing it. You were already planning to close the street and extend the garden.
Yeah, the thing that I have a difficulty grasping is exactly what the order is. Because there are a lot of different forms. There are a bunch of 2-story, small strips. There are 5, 6-story towers. There's a 6-story slab, and the 3 clusters are kind of different. They have some similarities. So I'm trying to figure out what that hierarchical, and I mean the hierarchy in a good sense, like going from block to unit. So like not as a kind of oppressive hierarchy, but rather just an ordered one. Because I'm kind of not seeing the law of policies. They didn't seem to be an important aspect of the presentation. But it's the name of the project. So I would think that those clauses would be really central, maybe not literally, but conceptually. They would have this really strong relationship to the exterior courtyards, and they would gather together all private places so that you would have this series of scales of exterior space, and then the whole collection of things would have some other relationship to the exterior of the block, like some of the projects, not all, but really some of the other passive housing projects.
I would also question, like, I think that your project asks, what does it mean to be hyper-local? Is there a certain sense of we're avoiding gentrification in architecture? Is there, and this is just a hypothetical, I don't know the answer to this question, but is there a way that maybe you borrow from the styles that exist as a way to blend in? How much of the hyper-local history needs to show up in your stylization? So maybe your composition and your thought, like your thoughtfulness in the layout doesn't matter in terms of the style, but then when you finish the project, you stylize it as a local project. Because if it's against gentrification, then it's not erasing the existing locality. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like, should it be able, or should it use the same materials? Like, how much local gets added onto it for it to remain contextual?
Well, for avoid gentrification, it has to be cheap. Yeah, that's like the reason shotguns like they do is they're the cheapest way to build. So, yeah, if you could provide a lot of housing at a low cost, then we're going to avoid gentrification.
Thank you so much for your comments. Now we move into one. Just
Right.
15 minutes for a common conversation. Someone do you want to continue? I can. Someone else?
Yeah, we saw, yeah.
Yeah, some stuff.
Wow, that's all we should do it.
Yes, so it's just stop share. And then we'll stop the video.
Yeah, okay. Now, that should hide.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, hello. I'm Antonia, and I'm going to be presenting my project, New to Nude. So the idea of this project is it's housing for nudists, but not just nudists. It's housing to help adjust someone to the nudist lifestyle. So nudists are essentially the same as everybody else, except they prefer not to wear clothes all the time. And usually when we think about nudists, we think about like some colony of artists in the desert, right? But these are just normal folks. They have normal jobs and they just like to come home and be nude. So what we start with really are these two unit types, and we're gonna call them the experienced nudists and the beginner nudists. So here's the two basic types, and there are two main differences between these unit types. The beginner nudists, you'll notice, has a door on theirs, and it also has they have their own shower, whereas the more experienced nudists, they don't have those things. So in order to make what we'll call a pod, 6 of each is put around a vertical circulation core. But these cores are not just vertical circulation. Well, in the case of the beginner nudists, it's just stairs. But for the experienced nudists, it opens up to create this light well that goes all the way through and creates a courtyard space at the bottom. But it isn't just a courtyard space. It is, in fact, the group shower that is shared between the inhabitants of this more experienced pod. And in order to sort of integrate the beginners into this lifestyle, what I did was put 2 of the experienced pods up against the beginner pod to create this cluster of 3 pods. And then, and here you can see they're all just right up next to each other. And it doesn't look like they're very connected, right? In fact, on the second floor, what I did was create this group space that goes between all 3 and connects them together. And you can see that in this second floor plan, and they have certain group amenities. They have a kitchen, they have a sort of gathering space where it's encouraged for these people to sort of mingle with each other and for the beginners to sort of get more experience with this. So here's, you can see that group space, and it's looking out onto the central garden area. You can see in section just that whole area connected. And this is just the section of the beginner housing. So as far as the site goes, each cluster's put up next to each other, surrounding this central courtyard here. And it's separated from the public with a fence because they're naked. But there is one space. This is the spa that is actually, owned, I suppose, and operated by the nudists, but the public is allowed to enter, and that is going to be the space where the public and nudists sort of interact with each other. So as we see, each pod has its own vertical core, which is just connected by an outdoor walkway. And then in the privacy diagram, you can see what's open to the public, including the Frankie and Johnny's up there and this little public park. And then you can see, this is the second floor, you can see that group space again. And as far as the green space, there's this big open courtyard in the center. And, they're nude, they're natural. So what I wanted to do was just leave that space natural and not have any sort of like planned, planters in that area. Yeah, so this is a north-south section. You can just see the long block. And here you can kind of see the relationship between this building and the green space and some of the other surrounding buildings. Thank you.
talk about a plan.
Which one?
It's pretty, yeah, that's a good one. Let's go back.
The one.
That's, can you show us where you're cutting that?
It's like right through this thing.
Cool. So, I mean, it's fun, right? I mean, have you ever worked with nudists before?
What do you mean work with them? Well, actually, I did it in one of the previous projects I did, which is the forms of each of these are both from previous projects. Previous projects that are supporting now. Yeah.
So I guess my question is kind of based on like, it's a fun sort of narrative to sort of play out architecturally. And I'm sort of curious how you landed on it.
Well, it all started when we did our sectional house, and I didn't really have any inspiration, but I knew what I really wanted was a group shower, because I want to design things that I want to live in, and that's something that I wanted in my life. So I designed it, and that's sort of just it all ended up happening.
So how does the architecture in like maybe a few very specific ways deviate from maybe our kind of quotidian understanding, our sort of normative understanding of what an architectural move might be, and how it's had to be sort of translated in this context to support a program that's quite different than what we might typically encounter. Like the group shower, I understand is one.
Right. I guess like as far as any windows that are on the outside, those sort of have to be. What I did was to create like shutters, so that you can still get the sunlight in without revealing anything to the public, and all of these spaces here would have some sort of screen to keep that. But I mean, otherwise they are just.
You mentioned landscaping too, right? I think there's a little bit about it. So it's an interesting dynamic of thinking of people inside, right? Going through this transition process and sometimes becoming used to being nude, and with that environment and that perimeter that you're creating in the building facade would actually do to help them with that. But there's also the outside looking in that kind of want to have a protection in that sense as well.
Right.
I'm interested in seeing more, about that and that kind of that boundary line. What is that? Is it louvers is one thing, maybe some kind of landscape buffer is another thing. It's interesting that you have all of this dynamics presented here.
Okay.
I want to focus kind of on the semantics of the conversation, the semantics of the form, right? We start talking about nudity, and then you have these like phallic shaped pieces, and then it goes.
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
No.
But go ahead. Go ahead.
It is phallic. I mean, if you talk about nudity and then you start with these forms, it insinuates that. And then you start to put these forms together. But what I like is that you change the narrative very quickly from the conversation of the sexuality of nudity to the community aspect of nudity, right? So I think the stripping away of that, literally like stripping away that connotation super fast in your narrative is really exciting to see. You went in and I think you took the topic really seriously.
Yeah.
And I think with this kind of topic, it can easily be assumed as like a funny, humorous thing, but it's serious. Like some people do prefer to live in the nude. And I think here you're having this conversation quite seriously. I do think that in a way that, how do you get used to being nude? I think it's like an introductory process, but also how do you introduce, like what you were saying, the introduction of the public to the nudity? Because I think still there is this kind of shyness in your project in the sense that this is still the community where it needs to be closed off from the public, or you need to have safety in your nudity. But how do you introduce the public, and how do you introduce people to being safe in their nudity, right? Like you create a public space where eventually maybe actually more and more people become nude, but the nudity then, let's think about it also in terms of architectural consequence, could mean transparency, right? So privacy could be less. Do you still need the private backyards, the front yards? Like how does it actually trickle down to the existing typologies of the community around the space? And it all comes from the idea of nudity, because once you're stripped down to your skin, what are you hiding then?
Right.
right? And then what does it mean to create property line? Because our clothing, in a sense, is a property line that we create for ourselves. So once that's gone, so I think what conceptually is just missing in the presentation to me is a narrative of maybe an image later on of, even if it's a really abstract version of a site plan of how does the property line change overall. And one more thing I would say is like when you talk about the facade, it's true. It's like how much transparency just in the material. I think there's so much work that the form can do, but then do you go in and it's like opaque and then it becomes a little bit frosted glass and people can see you and then slowly it just becomes really transparent. But I think it's an exciting project. I want to challenge the use of the word natural because I don't think there's any natural. I don't think we're humans even are natural. They're finding microplastics in our blood now. So I don't know how natural we are. I don't know how natural a landscaping project in a courtyard is. So again, when I talk about the fact that like it's a phallic symbol because you talk about the nudity, it's just being careful about how you present the language with the imagery, with the concept, just so that you can draw emphasis to what you want people to do. Not because it's right that I think it's phallic, but because that is something that you just think about once you think about it.
So it's interesting that you pointed out a phallic massing. There's like I looked at it and I saw like a reference to a shotgun, as Margarita just referenced earlier, but also maybe a shipping container. Maybe that was a reference to being so close to the river in the history of I didn't hear any of that. I'm presuming. But also I find it interesting that this very rigid and crisp shaped box and crisp shaped interiors is very different from the human body, which is soft and curved and right. It's very much in contrast with that. And I don't know if it's so much in odds that it just seems like it's not working together. And I wonder how much of the approach in terms of the technology and how you're developing the project kind of led you in this direction of dealing with the box. And did that limit you in some instances in terms of exploring spatial qualities? I could see more of these massings as they come together, maybe deep pixelating and carving out other spaces a bit more to really focus on bringing all of these standard shapes together to be becoming more of one space. In terms of if I were to offer it, right?
Maybe jump to it. Like
This or
maybe like one that's more to the
this one?
Yeah, so that's
This is the second
the number of units. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I wonder. Like I think we hung up on the nudity component a lot because it's just sort of like, you know, it's novel. You know? Yeah, but let's talk about the architecture for a minute.
Yeah,
You know,
go for
like what are the goals here? Like, what is the ambition? Like, I mean, what are you trying? Like, what's the goal of your plan? Architectural. Just describe it experientially. Okay.
I wish
That's
I
a
could.
bummer
I wish I could.
for me. That's a bummer because I want you to be able to be more invested in the actual kind of qualitative aspect.
But I think you did mention it. Let me help you out. Think about like when you talked about the fact that there are certain parts of a house that's missing and removed. So what parts of the components of a house are not in the interior because they're shared?
The shower.
Yeah. So what were you trying to do? There were certain components that were taken out. That's what you're doing in your plan, right? You're moving. That's your intention in your plan.
Right.
So just describe how your plan does that. Like what parts, where have you organized your spaces? Why is it on the corners and why do you have open space in the middle? That kind of thing. Very simple.
I don't.
It's okay.
It's okay. Don't be
You know, it's okay. But I mean, I think like, you know, you organize this in a very deliberate way. Therefore, you know, very similar shapes, and they have basically the same thing organized in a repetitive manner. Talk about that. Like, why are they all the same size? Is that a requirement? No. Okay, but you did it.
Right.
So why? It's easy. I don't know.
there is no why. I just did it. That's really
You
all it
gotta,
is.
you gotta nail that down. I'm sorry. Like you gotta
I
think
know.
about that stuff.
I know.
And the narrative is great. Like you've really invested yourself into a pretty exciting study where I think we could really talk about like transparency, materiality, the nature of the public in relation to this program. And I think that's super valid. I think that's where Zaid's comments are really going. I think that's really helpful to think about the kind of the critique of this project as a critique of, of a kind of a social sort of moment within an urban context. I mean, how many nudist colonies exist in an urban fabric? Really not that many. It's like that's just immediately novel. You do think of it in the desert, but so privacy, publicness, all that stuff is super, super important. But at the same time, like this is a housing studio where you're really working on understanding the programmatic nature of what it means to live in a building. And you gotta be able to sort of speak to that through the work because these are super deliberate.
I want to be defensive of it because I do think that she did speak about it. If you go earlier on, can you switch to when you talked about the number of exits? The slide with the exits and entries. So I think what you didn't do is, like, for example, here, you're talking about it. This is a plan, right? The number of entries you have in this plan are important to you, correct?
Yes.
And they're different. So you have a public entrance and an exit to a private courtyard, depending on how far you are in the process of how much comfort you have towards community. Right? But then you take this plan, this part, and then you duplicate it, and you create a bigger cluster of those 4 plans on the sides, and you push the communal space to the center, right? With the vertical circulation in the middle that they share. That's what you did. That's explaining the plan. That's it. That right? Doesn't that answer your question? Like in terms of what the plan does?
Like just like what are the moves? Like what are the big moves that are driving this organization?
So I think it's a collection of all these points that you made, but we needed like a sum up sentence where you just repeat once more of everything together. Because here we're seeing each piece as a thought in the process. But like what Ben is asking for is like once we see the whole project at once, give us a little introduction again to the project and not the concept. By bringing the concept in as a series of formal moves. Like we have the horizontal walls are all crochet and they're thick, whereas the vertical walls are all glass, and therefore you have transparency in one direction, whereas you have opacity in the other, but you also have transparency in the vertical sense because you have stairs.
So where is a window here?
That's on the end.
2 ends. Okay. And what do those look at?
They kind of depends on which ones you're in.
But they're internally framed, right?
So like some of them, like these would be looking out, these would be looking in, but if you're on the 2nd floor, then these would be looking
But those are looking out to the street?
Some of them are, yes.
Okay, so then is that where the privacy aspect comes in?
18 minutes.
So how do you negotiate that? Is it the type of window that's used?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
Or maybe that's like the maximum nudity comfort. Where if I'm super comfortable with being nude, I don't care if my window faces the street. But I think that's what Ben is asking for. Like you brought us into your story, but now we just want like the architectural sentence where it's like, this is what I did, and this is how you can see it here, and this is where people gather. This is why it's comfortable, etc. But in the plan, just so that we can realize that even though your exploration is about this cultural move towards nudity and the human body, but the effects are like what Ben is saying, it's an architecture studio, so we can see that you have obviously figured out the architecture and building. So we just want that moment of clarity or transparency to the concept.
Circle back around.
Right.
I mean, it's where the program at the end of the day to me doesn't matter so much.
Yeah.
Like any program is valid, and you gotta talk through whether you're addressing program through the architecture, through the form. And I mean, it's super fun. Like you made this thing. It's pretty bananas, It's like, look at this thing. There's nothing else like it in the city. It stands out in a really clear way in a historic context, and you gotta like own those things, right? So this thing is funky. Like talk about how it's funky.
Or not funky at all. I'm sure that like it's not funky and it's not bananas and it's super chill. Yeah, like it's actually super. I love the way you actually explained it as. I wanted to have it. Yeah, like it is what it is. I mean, we needed more of that, and I do agree that
if you can bring the story to the architectural conversation, then we can start talking about, is it the thickness of the pochette? Is it like, do we need more vertical circulation or less? Do you need more windows or less windows? Should the whole thing, I mean, this project can take on so many aspects of architectural concerns within the realm that you've created. And it's up to you to draw that framework for us in order for us to help you explore it and have the conversation.
20 minutes. Thank
Is
you.
that how long?
That's-
Good work. Good job. Great. That's it. Are you in your office? Oh my God. Okay, yeah.
We should see more alternative. Like, what would it be like?
Yeah. COVID, it's been, yeah, what do you think of this?
I mean, it's raining like crazy in the morning. It's all gonna come down.
That was my 38. Okay. All right. Hi, guys. So this project is called Is But Isn't. And this seems like a funny name, but it's important when explaining the concepts and strategies of my project, involving tricks, the idea of real versus imaginary, and abstraction, making the project seem like it's one thing when it really isn't. So a little about this proposal is that it's intended to pay homage to the site and the block and to provide housing for a diverse group of people with various incomes and situations, which I will touch on more later. But first, a little more about previous projects. I didn't use my horizontal and vertical houses in this project, but they were very important for me to learn how to design rich spaces with limited square footage and sectional variation.
You have to click back on the screen because now it's on the screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yep, okay. So site observations. So thinking about the shotgun houses and the arched roofs on the site was really important in my design process, which can be shown in this diagram, which shows the shotgun homes on this side and my proposal on this side. So the first part about my project is a wall that, as I said, that reflects the home seen on the site. The wall in elevation represents the 2D way a person could imagine the streetscape. But because it reflects the shotgun homes, its more dominant presence is slightly blended to its surrounding, kind of playing that is but isn't concept. So yeah, just to touch on it again, here you can see the difference of, I wanted to show the reality of it and then the 2D imaginary. You can see that relationship there.
What is it?
Oh,
What?
I'm getting distracted.
What's the reality?
So the reality is like these separate homes, and I'm kind of reflecting it in this 2D way you would see it is cut out of the wall. Okay, so strategy. So I began by taking the shape of a shotgun home and making it into a block that I could start to create homes with. So I first observed the street, and the reality is its jaggedness. So I internalized this on the inside by offsetting the houses, having these jagged forms that reflects the reality, which contrasts what I was thinking before with the 2D. So you kind of see this dominant wall, but when you go in, you see these more delicate forms contrasting with it. But pushing the concept even further, the shotgun homes are not what they seem. They're actually L homes. And I did this because to make more comfortable and flowing shapes for the homes that are arguably have better circulation and more open plans than the shotgun home. And I also moved the Frankie and Johnny's to that corner. So from there, parts of the bottom floor are lifted, so the building is partially matte.
And this is so that there's more fluid circulation also on the outside. So people can go under the building, enter from multiple entrances within the wall, and it's pretty open to wherever you want to go. And next, the vertical floors with lobbies are added for clear access to the home. And last, from the excess space of the L's and lobbies, porches are added to add more variation to the different types of homes. For, they could potentially be for different incomes, just more variety, more types of people. And courtyard spaces there's two very open ones created from the space in between the units. And then there's private ones that are created from the wall meeting the units. So you have variation of the courtyards there. But once again, sectionally, the homes are also not what they seem. Due to that L-shaped plan and section, one shotgun-looking home is actually two, highlighted by different colors. So this is one home, even though they look like one. And sometimes it also is a porch hidden behind the wall. Once again, not what it seems. So it's like it could be a porch there or just there and looking towards the inside. Okay. So the ground floor with Chupatillas here, Chocotillas there, shows the proposal in full detail with the openings in the wall and how occasionally the homes meet the wall and its openings become windows so people can look onto the street. Floor 2, the lobbies become fully interior spaces, getting rid of that matte aspect. And it's also where double heights and two-story homes are proposed. So on the first floor, you have all horizontal homes, and on this home, you can start having some with stairs. And on floor 3, the top floors and double heights of the second floor is shown here. And this provides more variation of height, which I'll show in my section in a second, but there's also amenities. On the top floor, you have common living rooms where people can gather or rent out for events. And there's also laundry rooms in the green that are dispersed throughout all the floors. But yeah, so it goes from 2 floors to 3 floors, having this sectional height variation, and having it not go above 3 floors, I see as a way to blend in more of the site and be less intrusive. Pragmatics. So these are the different types of units. There's 5 different types that range from small to extra large, all with this L shape. Sorry? Yeah.
610 square feet to 1450 square feet.
Yeah, so you see that from the small, there's 1 bedroom and the mediums have 2. And as you see in the medium vertical one, you can go upstairs and you can get to another bedroom. And in the large and extra large, you have 3 bedrooms each, just providing more space for different amounts of people living there, different families. Experience. So this is an example of one of those double heights with the stairs on the interior. You can see from the pitched roofs that it's, an interior of 2 modular homes, and it just kind of shows the simplicity of it. Someone could look down from there. The materiality is wood and also reflects the other homes on the site. And this is the exterior, showing the open courtyard that's flexible for activity and the jaggedness of the homes of the reality of the other shotgun homes on the site. That is the end.
You had a specific person or a unit or a group that would live in here, or you're just trying to use like an appeal to so many different types of the different.
Yeah, it's pretty open. Yeah, it's just supposed to be like for anyone who wants to live there, but having like 5 different types of homes and like really open collective spaces makes it more flexible for a lot of people, a lot of different types of people to come together.
And I think it's really interesting what you did with looking at the facades and the undulation of how they exist in relation to the street, and how that is then broadcasted onto the facade of your site. I don't think I heard why we have a fence. I mean, it's a neat idea, but
It's a hard one.
yeah. Well, it's a different, it's different than anything in the neighborhood. So I don't know what we're pulling from and what is the reasoning behind
I'd say it began, like I made the homes, but realizing that I would want to have more private backyards, the fence came in. And also, I would say that I like fight the idea of having like a huge boundary wall by having it reflect the pitch roofs and having a lot of windows giving you peeks into the inside. So it's
Can
kind of
you
like
go
you
back?
find, yeah.
The reason why I say it's problematic is because I think you're camouflaging the wall rather than like cutting it out. So the wall didn't function. So if you put a wall and then you cut out enough of it where you said like there's no wall, it insinuates a boundary maybe that this is a site, but you actually end up having gates in your renderings as well. So it's not only a wall, but it's a gated community. So I think the gatedness of it isolates it from the outside, but then there's this kind of effort where architecture becomes a mask for this kind of private perimeter. So it's kind of, it feels like a bad use of design or like bad intention. And I think it's a trick, yeah, like, yeah. And I mean, that's the only thing that really bothers me in the project. I mean, the project is great, like the drawings, the concept, the way you've created these interlocking spaces, but then you played with the gunshot.
The volumes that you have, that you're taking advantage of the volume in different ways, I think that was very satisfying.
But can you talk about the fence? I just want to understand why, because I want to understand if there was another way, or if there was another reason that maybe is not being explained. Like, when did the wall come in?
I guess the wall came in kind of, yeah. Well, I guess just like I was fidgeting a lot with like how to form these, and the wall, I would say like it kind of allows me to be more free within, because without it, you know, you're kind of exposed to all the other blocks, but within it, you're blending in and also having more freedom on the inside to have backyards to kind of just.
But you're putting in a lot of effort to bring the exterior condition into the inside, and then you're cutting off the exterior again. So I don't know why blending with the exterior seems to be the mission of the project. Like, how do we have this contemporary modern spaces with
You brought it
interlocking
in a
and
different way.
yeah.
Doing so, the fence is kind of a default.
It negates the original concept of trying to be sensitive to your neighbors. Because it's based on that, right? It's based on the sensitivity to the neighbor.
I would say in a way, that kind of is why it's called Ibsenism, because it's this push and pull of all these things. You know, I would say like, I also thought that it was good because it kind of just like, it's like making your own little world that you stumble upon
No, I think
throughout.
there's a lot of intrigue in it for sure. Like it's a tabula rasa. It's like you're saying, like you create a world within a world. It's a blank slate. You know, you can start to do whatever you want, and it has like a whole lot of kind of safety in it. But I think like the intention that you started out with, I think is really, you know, really interesting in a number of ways. You know, it begins to sort of negate that. And that's okay. Like you can also just say, I want to create something that's separated from the neighborhood. You know, and that's okay if you want to do that. I mean, we could probably debate that and like find a whole host of reasons why that's maybe not the most you know, appropriate thing to do. But you know, given that it's there, I'll accept it, you know, for what it is. I think it's interesting in the sense that it's like they're walls. Like to me, it's not a fence; it's a wall, and it's sort of this false wall, you know. And sometimes it's a real wall, sometimes it's a false wall. But just one thing that I was just kind of thinking about. It's not that brilliant of an observation, but it's really in one orientation, you know, and like you've preferenced those, you know, 6 houses over the other, you know, 30 houses that are adjacent to it. And I'm curious, like, why that specific kind of, why that was the one that was that made the dominant, like, that defined the part. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just
so,
curious.
well, I'd say like, I mean, at first, I did have them both ways, but it was really difficult, I found, to make courtyards when they were both ways, responding to both. And I think I chose this way just because maybe it kind of like elongates the block. And in this, just like having the longer shape this way, I felt it was easier to have open collective courtyards when staggering them the way I wanted to.
But you haven't created courtyards. You've created like these jagged streetscapes.
Yeah.
Like two alleys in the middle. Whereas if you did do what Ben is talking about and you brought in the jaggedness from the other side, you could have started to build private courtyards in the middle that kind of happened. Yeah, exactly. We literally just pushed all these these shotgun houses on the side of the site into the site, like as dumb as possible. Literally just move everything in as an initial massing model. You would see that you've already created a really interesting private space. I'm not against the idea of private spaces. I think we all want a private garden or certain areas that we know that the kids can play in without the public accessing it. So I understand that there is a kind of safety in creating a wall or a fence or and sometimes private spaces. I mean, a house is a private space. We lock our door at night. We don't expect people to walk into our house or our backyards. But I can't completely isolate myself from the wall that's there because it's too present. And then the fact that they all follow a grain that doesn't follow the sides of the site, and even though the word reality was mentioned a lot, it feels like this kind of really bizarre. It is, but isn't. Feels like I need to be tricked. I'm being tricked into believing something, and I don't know if it's a good trick. It's like it's not a children's magic trick. I feel like there's something about influencing it. Whereas your spatial, if you go back to your plans.
Yeah, I'm getting confused.
Yeah. I mean, these are fantastic, and they create moments where I can imagine if you stuck this plan up here and you interlocked it here, and you created like a small courtyard with little small alleyways in between, where each unit maybe had its own little square that they could play in, and maybe even put a gate. The project has so much more potential, and I mean, like I'm purposefully not letting it go as a wall because I think it's important for us not to let. I mean, we're in the South. I mean, we have the Mexican-U.S. border. We have issues of the wall being discussed. I can't let go of a wall at this moment in time. So it's just that semantics as well. You know, I mean, if you said,
I wouldn't say it's like that, but
yeah, but you know,
that's okay.
But I mean, no, these are architectural values that everyone learns that it starts with projects that are not intentionally doing something like that, but they move on to projects that then are used at that purpose, right? This is a gated community. It's a political. Yeah.
And I think that you possibly, I understand the intent of creating this kind of boundary, but I think that through more design exercise and exploration, you could have created something that, you know, provided that function without actually just defaulting to a wall. I feel like the wall feels like something that was arrived to really quickly and like as a default, okay, it's done, we're gonna do this wall, and that's it. I do also want to offer if you can do it as next steps and maybe some additional things that you can look at and consider. One of your last images, the two houses that were not buying into this redevelopment, it feels like you just didn't really respond to the need there, that the project just kind of stopped, you know, like, okay, this is my limit of work, so I'm just gonna, you know, it's almost like, what is it, the hand of God just came in and said, this is the design, and here it goes, and you're not really responding to the other existing homes that are going to be, you know, I feel like there could be more thought around that, and it could be like some next steps for you. How do you integrate that more?
And do those stay there? Those houses?
Yeah, they gotta stay.
They have to stay.
Yeah, you can't use the space above it.
You can't use the space above it.
No, and they have the plot there, you can't touch that.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably draw them in a darker light like that. Like, you know, because they're there. You know, the trees stand out more than houses. And, you know, I think I would probably make them more happening than houses. The site plan is cool. And I think my favorite component of the is and isn't aspect is like what you expect of the interior by reading the shape of the house. It deviates because you do the L thing. And I love that actually. And I think it's a really intelligent move. You know, I think that would be the struggle, I suppose, where if you had another cross grade, it might make that problematic. I don't know. But I think that's a really neat sort of example of where it is and isn't sort of the expectation of the shotgun, your linear cellular sort of division, and then you create a totally different party of the interior. If you can go back to your plans though, like yeah, the more sort of yeah, like just the scale ones. Yeah, like these. What this sort of exposed to me a little bit was like the bigger ones don't seem necessary at all, other than them having bedrooms. Like I don't like is the living. What do you gain in the bigger living areas?
Well, I actually these are both medium, and then for large.
Yeah, but
like upstairs, you would have the living room rather than having it on one floor. So you can like look down from the living room onto the dining room where people are eating.
Okay.
Because it's missing the second floor.
Yeah, so where's the second floor in that example?
I frankly did not get time to do that, but
Okay,
but it's there. It's just a living room and another bedroom.
So it's like the bottom part of the rectangle, right?
Yeah. So this one, it's large. It's just this part, and this one's like a small on top.
Like I would point those things out actually, because those are features that I think actually can just sort of demonstrate like the necessity or the advantage of having a larger unit. Because when I just see that one, I just see like a big space between like the table and the 2-bedroom house.
Go back to the 3D. I think where you put so I think here we can see the difference, right? Like the small all of a sudden is really different than the large, the X large. And it would be great, like Ben is saying, to see it in the plan, because then we can see like the scale change, right? And especially also if you put them in one page, even if you put them momentarily in one page and then you zoom into each one, but we can really see the scale difference. Like we see this tiny little shape and then we see like these two big L's. It really has a major difference. I think the project is really, really intelligent, and I want to make sure that you go away knowing that this is like, it's so obvious how much time and effort you put in. And I'm like pulling out really specific things because I think they're important in architecture right now.
Yeah.
But that doesn't negate what you've done and the spatial exercise that you've created. When you go back to the site plan, which I think is wonderful, I then think more about what Ben was talking about. One more. Yeah, I think about Ben talking about like right now that it's one grain, and if it's the two, I can imagine even just shifting this drawing in 2D, you would start getting a lot more complex pathways as well, because you could start even opening alleys in between these shotgun houses, right?
Yeah.
And we could go in between, and like maybe there's shared spaces, so 4 large units might have a shared space because I don't know who's living there. And also use the word family. I think the group of people instead of family is also just those little pieces. I don't think like but it's because it's a great project. I think once you have such a strong project, you get people to pick on like really stupid things that can help elevate it, because that's kind of the final step, is the finessing of the presentational value.
And I think what you just suggested of kind of breaking it down and identifying smaller courtyards for smaller, more, grouped community is the next step, right? Because you've identified this whole block of building, that's the community. But then, how do you break that down even further to have those different levels of relationship? Yeah.
How many now? Oh, we're at time. I will never know.
What are the 2 properties that remain?
Oh, that'd be kind of interesting. Yeah,
Like, that feels like that's the most necessary part of the wall. It's like keeping people out of the properties that don't want to be part of the project. But it's like, no, you don't want to be part of the project. We're actually going to build a wall around the whole.
Yeah.
Force you to be part of it.
Like, that's what you get.
Yeah.
This is what happens when 17 people agree to live between our project. We're going to fence everyone. Yeah.
Take a move around.
Awareness next, right?
Are we?
There's a pause. Is that a pause right now?
I mean, I should say.
I'm just here to change the PDFs.
You're the PDF changer.
I'm the PDF gal. That's all I'm
Was it
saying.
Emily that just presented?
Yeah.
So we have Kate next.
We need to go.
Kate Galvin.
I do not see a.
We can jump to the next one.
No, we can't, we have to take a break because the faculty are switching around.
Yeah, so
So we have a break.
Oh.
So after Kate, it's Aaron. Maybe if you pull up Aaron's.
Yeah.
Kate's not.
Oh, it's not here.
Yeah.
it's really tightly coordinated.
Yeah.
I was saying like two-year, second year, back run a airport. Like flight classes, get like people, everyone picks from the other side. Like, it's like the first floor, everyone exiting, second floor, everyone getting in.
Are you used to this?
This is impressive.
Oh.
This is
Cool. Yeah, it's hard.
it's hard on me. If I had long hair, like Jesus, like it puffs up. Yeah, like you get like air pockets.
It slows you down.
Yeah, like I used to have it. And I can't hear.
Yeah,
That's pretty specific. I think
yeah. I just remember going there. Yeah, yeah.
it's fun here. It's pretty simple, but it's tight. Like it's either you're super casual, careless, and then you have the uptight. Like there's no in between of just like chill. Which is something I'm used to being that way. Like,
Did you go back to Los Angeles for a bit after school?
I taught at Desire for a year. Nice. And then worked for 6 months more, a year and a half in Los Angeles. Yeah. And then I left us.
Then you went to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Where are you doing in Hong Kong?
Looked at UN Studio for a year and a half, and then moved back home to Bahrain for 6 months.
You're bouncing around.
Yeah, 6 months is not like they needed someone to do thesis. And the university there doesn't really have that many people coming in. That was a good. I wanted to leave the job in Hong Kong at that point. And it's a good gig between going to grad school and then I went to grad school.
Okay, so got it. So you went to, so you were in Hong Kong, LA, etc. before grad school, and after grad school you went to
Yeah. Well, after grad school, I went to Providence for university.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
So you, okay, cool. Did you know Jacqueline Shaw?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's my coordinator.
Yeah, I was her TA for something back in Michigan.
She's amazing.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She's pregnant right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Jacqueline's fantastic.
She's so sweet.
And Amy Culper was a professor of mine.
She just got accepted
Yeah.
in Barton.
Yeah, she just went to.
And then Carl just left Kentucky. Carl Resto. He was the graduate. So everyone from our hierarchy just left.
We did the Jacqueline's.
Jacqueline, she's gonna get tenure next year, so she's up. Tenure key. That's beautiful.
What's that?
Tenure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm actually moving.
I heard.
Yeah, I don't know who told you. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so I accepted a position in Minnesota.
Oh,
That's where I'm from too. So
that's amazing. Congrats.
yeah, thanks. Yeah.
I honestly think it's really weird the Midwest and the Rust Belt schools are picking up speed in their architecture programs and like strongly renovating everything that they're competing with the East and the West Coast. Like they're not playing around right now. Yeah. They're taking risks in every single way. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool. And
like now.
Oh, wow. That's like in
Now.
yeah, we just sold our. We're in the process of closing our house. So
Are you excited?
yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be home.
It's moving out just in time.
I know. And honestly, like that was a big factor.
Seriously.
Oh yeah, like it's really hard to handle.
Yeah, Pittsburgh wanted a 3-year contract, and I said I was there just this semester as an adjunct before I got the professorship. But I was like, no, give me the visiting professorship. I don't want like the 3-year contract because I can't deal with the weather. It was so cold.
Yeah.
For 3 months we don't see the sun. That like moon.
Yeah, no,
Changes.
seasonal depression.
I can literally feel like I'm neutral to the students as the semester goes
Oh.
on. And then I left for 2 weeks in LA. The week was midterm, I mean like spring break. And the other week I taught in school. Because I just couldn't, like I was like, I'm changing. I was like, I don't
Yeah,
know
you
who I
can
am.
tell.
Like,
Yeah.
I can tell, like, I was really becoming like, I was like, where, they're like, you're just so nice to us. Like, why are you mean? So I was like, you don't have to work. They're like, we never have to work.
That's funny. But so you'll be doing that next year too. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's awesome.
Dina Kakova is there, right?
Donna.
Chukova. Chukova. Jesus.
I'm learning it as well. Like I've been Donna Chukova. Yeah, it's like chopping Kova.
Yeah, I must have. I think I was there at some conference. She was cool.
She's really cool. She's the reason I went.
Oh, really?
No, I teach her and I'm like, you're gonna be
Is she administrative?
She's an associate professor, but she has a lot of say in this week just because she attracts a lot of students. So she has that being back. She's used to people saying.
My American butchering of anything.
I mean, I told her that, so I was like, Dana Kupkova, and she goes, Donna, you're Arab, like you should say Donna. And I'm like, I just assumed that you're not Arab, so you would say Dana. Yeah. And I'm like, Kupkova, and she says, Kupkova. You need to add like the voice thing, like
The phonetic pronunciation. That's funny. But yeah, it's really sad because these are the last couple of years. It's late.
How long have you been there for?
6 years. I know.
That's a long time for purpose.
Yeah, that's a long. Yeah, I mean, I would be going up for 10 in August.
Yeah.
But
You got 10. You were brought in as 10.
No. I was saying.
No, there.
No. So I will go up. Well, I can sort of have my choice. So it'll be based on some conversation because I wasn't here yet. It wouldn't translate.
But even though you were gonna
So then
continue.
yeah.
You could have delayed it.
So it's complicated because I could have like
No, that you meant.
he didn't. But I mean, I could have probably technically submitted my dossier.
Yeah.
But nobody knows me there. Yeah. So like, it kind of weird.
So annoying.
Is that usually how it happens? So it is like new people.
Oh yeah. Well,
Nothing in architecture school works without people who have gotten to know you and like you as a person. The tenured faculty are like the hounds of any school, and they don't want more people to join in because if you're tenured, you get to vote, you get to make decisions, you get to change things, and you don't leave. Well, they already. Yeah.
Your additional voice will help there.
yeah. I mean, every school has probably different.
Yeah. And also everyone has their own agenda, they want certain people together, so the tenured faculty have their own certain tenure track faculty. So, it's not like, I feel like it's starting to get a bit better, but the younger generation, they can be more transparent.
Well, that's really appreciated. This is it's a public university too. Like the process is very transparent.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. That's it. Here?
I don't know.
Who are you talking to?
You know, by the way, the schools, I realized the associate professors, as soon as I became friends with the professors, and they go out for drinks, they're like, this school, da, 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 I'm like, this is like what you do. Like, we watch reality TV and they talk to each other. It's so stupid.
Were you on reviews?
No. Just, I do reviews on Fridays and Mondays, so that I can benefit from these things. At the senior rates, I know my friend. Although I was saying yes the entire morning because I didn't know what to say because I don't know what we're doing. But I was always doing reviews and between students. Mess with them.
I'll see you there.
Yeah.
That's one of those things I just like, you want to mark it.
I wanted to make it from our
Margaret's. I never thought I'd be in parades, but it's like next level. I don't know where we live. It's really family friendly, so like I don't know. I have like a 7-year-old daughter. Yeah, she loves it. I mean, she got this bear this year. They grew her this bear that was taller than me. It was insane. And, I don't know. It was strange.
And you have to like look at them.
Oh yeah, I wasn't at that parade, but my wife was. She had to like put it on her neck.
No way.
Yeah.
I want to go.
Mardi Gras is pretty fun. I've never been to Chance. It's embarrassing.
Are you gonna go this weekend?
I can't. It's always what's tricky with Jazz Fest is it's always during finals, and then we always have birthday parties. We have 2 birthday parties this weekend.
Last lessons exam scheduled like a Monday after Jazz Fest. I'm like, I don't want to go, but it was like, it was building systems, which I was like terrified of. I was like, don't go. And then I failed. So missed.
I had an undergraduate thesis, and I was had tickets to go see a DC concert.
And
teaching mouse.
Yeah, I mean, you survived.
yeah, you survive. Life goes on. Yeah.
That's cool.
I tried to encourage my students.
Where was the JC concert?
San Diego.
Oh my god.
So I went to school in LA, so I had to like go all the way to San Diego, all the way back.
The same place that these ones.
Yeah. Well, no, the day before.
Oh, ouch.
That's
right. I had like this sort of thesis covers.
It
So, yeah,
probably
it's
made you
slap.
see more.
Yeah. I just thought I'd escape and like this exhausting.
Yeah. Made you look more committed to your brush.
Yeah, really. I'm popular with that. I don't need to show off. Don't make me stay there. I try to be humble. The South is humble. I can't bring my LA attitude.
Yeah, the southern. I did notice that when I first moved here. People and girls are super kind. Yeah. Right. Yeah, what is it? Southern.
It's southern.
Are you from the south?
Yeah, well, my father's from Montana. My mother's from Woodbridge. So yeah, that's my half Cajun son.
Oh, cool. So you grew up near here then?
I grew up in Lafayette.
Okay.
Oh, my uncle went to University of Lafayette.
Is that the name of it? Oh, really?
He
Well,
loves
before
it.
Katrina, it was small.
Oh, was it affected?
After Katrina, poof,
Okay.
everybody moved there. And it was pretty cool. And they stayed. And now it's well, I used to be able to live anywhere. Where are you? Where did you?
Do you feel that way in New Orleans at all? Because I feel like it's a really big small town. And that's sort of.
It's not a city.
It's very urban. You know, like I mean, it's urban, but like. Oh my gosh. Have you driven up Limo?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
It's
just
horrible.
the street right up there. It's the
Like right in front of
gnarliest
the housing
street.
site. It's terrible.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, that's a city on the street, so we can't.
Willow.
Oh, we could have complained. Are you responsible for this?
Me? No.
Right.
I mean, I can
Like
call
bring
for
awareness.
meetings with the city and be like.
No, but I mean, the school street.
Oh, yeah, everything.
Really?
What do you see? What's wrong?
No, no, no.
Like every now and then I'm taking pictures of things and sending them to like the head of facilities, and
Yeah.
like maintenance over here. Like, why did you patch this like this? Oh, it's sending my love notes.
So you act as like kind of like project manager of any.
Really, so the way that projects work here is I will start out being representing sorts of work. Projects, that's a passion project, project ranges, and I'll be there with concept design, programming, and through schematics. At that point, I kind of wrap it all up in a bow. To a project manager that's in capital projects lead, but I'm still like, I'm no longer driving the bus, I'm just like in the passenger seat. So I'm still
Are you
there.
responsible for surrounding safety during construction? As I
I'm
go,
not.
you're not. Okay. Is it CMU, the architects of the campus are, and they were saying that that's actually the most difficult thing because it's out of their. They have an architect and a contractor that's working on the site, but they're responsible for the safety surrounding the site. So they're constantly going people. Yeah.
We usually maintaining a certain level, you know, like for instance.
Whoa. Like the right over there, Mark?
I think that's why. Like,
And so like we had a projector like this that you have that, yeah, maybe it's like 12.
Imagine.
That's not good enough. They have to build, you know, like, that's nonsense. But that was on the contractors. I mean, and it's for their,
Yeah.
they should be responsible
Yeah, yeah.
because they are figuring all sorts of
Yeah, that's why like they were on our reviews for our midterm. And they were like, that's the worst one. They're trying to get that out of their department because they were like, it just, the Carnegie is also expanding a lot. So they're building like 4 dorms and they're building just a health center. It's like, they're like, we're spending our time worrying about the perimeters of development rather than taking care of the buildings.
Well, I think if anything, it's the onus is on the project manager to work with any contractor who maybe has never worked on our campus before, to kind of school them up and let you know, like, this is standard, standard maybe.
You mean like
endowment lines and like
we have like a couple.
I doubt it. I can't tell you that right now.
that's
Well, that's how we go.
Medical
Also our
campus.
research facility.
Is that
We were
the
getting
architecture?
like-
That's the architecture.
It is.
Oh, phew. Finally, that's it.
Oh,
When
yeah.
is
Have you
the
seen
thing?
it?
The,
Have you been around?
not the, I haven't spent it. Are they doing demo? So our building is over after Richardson. It's right on, it's right off Stitch. It's really, it's like an amazing location.
I'll show you, I'll show you.
That's my, that's, oh yeah, that is the shop. Or is it?
That might not.
That,
That might be, I think. Watson.
yeah, so I think that's my office.
I think they're.
Like one of these. My office.
How big is it?
Pretty big. I don't know this. And it's probably, I don't know, The studio spaces are kind of cool. The upper studios, the fourth floor studios are quite nice because they have these big ones. It's a historic building. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, but it was, a lot of.
Yeah, my office is.
Now it's gonna be central.
That's.
I think it was the building listed as like different.
It was rough.
Yeah. Like the university got 3 years to do the assessment.
It was not to go.
Yeah. The third floor, the center of that.
That's cool. Yeah, that building though, which is kind of neat, it used to be its original medical school.
Yeah.
On the fifth floor, it's like you look down, and you would have looked into the medical theater.
No way.
Yeah, that is like the joke. Like, our office must have been probably the
Oh, true.
Yeah, and apparently, like on a really hot day or something like that, on the fifth floor, it could still smell the formaldehyde. It's a cool building. Like I think it's
You have to click on
this whole fan. It's pretty tough and intense.
So my community's the poster over there is called Homegrown, and the idea with this is a regenerative urban farm community. So this is the axon, and this is
What is regenerative?
means that it can support itself, and instead of sustainable, which is kind of just sustaining the level that we're at, regenerative implies that it's creating more of the thing you're going for. So in this case, more biodiversity and more plant life and ecology. Starting with the original housing, my horizontal house, the main concepts that I took from this was the form of it actually, and instead of having that central courtyard, I used that as light access, and then also just a general organization of having a main larger area for family space with just an open plan, and then bedrooms going off in 2 separate wings. And then for my vertical house, I used the kind of inhabited core, and then also playing with modularity and the shifts. And then further explored that with my sectional house and laying out these vertical shifts within a grid, and then also playing with half and double height spaces. And then with the site observations that we did, these are the elevations. And from this, I found that Joseph Street was very shaded neighborhood feel. Annunciation was a very wide sidewalk, and Choctaw is extremely narrow sidewalk right next to all the commercial use. And then Arabella was a weird mix of trying to be residential, but then also trying to be a parking lot for Franklin Johnny's. So then with the larger side observations, I was also looking at the grade, like the blocks of the city and the different grades that these buildings create. And then also these larger massings from the commercial spaces, and how the school is right catty corner to our site. And then so with the existing site, I overlaid this grid and kind of simplified the massings from that. And then from my horizontal house form, filled in these forms and aimed to kind of create a scale that was in between the commercial down below and then also the residential spaces. And then, so these are the vertical cores that I use in my project. And then this is the first residential floors typology. This is the smallest unit. And then adding on, these are the other unit forms that I created to fill in these gaps. Using my horizontal house again, and then the different typologies, and then also adding in duplexes on top. And then so with this idea of the regenerative farm, I want it to be a space where people can build relationships with each other, and then also to their sense of place and with the land. So here's that axon again. The idea was to populate the land with trees that would be like fruit trees, and then also have garden plots throughout for farming. So those are actually very light here, but they're these strips of a pale green around the blocks, and then the hatch, the striped hatch in the middle is the main circulation path. So it allows you to meander through the gardens and the different buildings. And then here's just the floor plans going out. So this is the first residential. Oh, sorry, go back. As a ground floor plan, this is all public space. So it would be completely open to the public. This would be Frankie and Johnny's down here, opening to the industrial Choctulas, and then spaces for like a rotating food hall or a community kitchen, cafe, a nursery space, and then also a space that near the school would also be for like after school programs, daycare, that sort of thing. And the idea for being open to the community and also having these programs so that it would be an education source for teaching people like how to garden or how to cook and that kind of thing. So getting to the residential plans, and then some more. So also these terrace spaces are being cut out of the top. And then this is the section that shows these double height spaces created with the duplexes, and then also these roof terraces that emerge from the dissolving mass as it goes up. And then these are the typologies. I apologize, they're supposed to be bigger. There are 9 different typologies total. This is 2 versions of the same type, so it goes from 800 to 2,000 square feet, and we'll hold 1 or 2 to 4 or 5 at the end. And then experience. This is the main perspective down the middle boulevard, and
You have to have 5 different sizes.
for typologies.
You have to.
Okay.
Okay.
So 5 is one, all different.
And then this is a different perspective off one of those terraces that you access from the axon. It shows like the massing also, which is better explained now, and then also that lane down the middle, which would be the main circulation path through the site.
Yes. Can you talk a little bit about the plan layout that you showed, and what about that is specific to the farming aspect? I wonder if there were some decisions that were made of how you organize the units themselves, and how is that specific to the site?
Specific to the garden plots or the site?
Okay.
Or
the theme of farming.
Yeah, okay. So the farming kind of came as a way of using the land, because how I imagine the massing was kind of a simplified version of the land that already exists in the city. And so filling in with the garden plots would be a way of repurposing this land, so it's not just gravel or concrete, that kind of thing. And then also making it a resource that the community can use by growing food for themselves. And so the plots emerged out of the forms that I created with these massings. So they run along, I know they're hard to tell here, but they run along the sides and create a border along the sides of these sidewalks. And then There's some internally as well, but they do open up and then leave this as a larger open space just for large public gatherings and things like that.
But I guess what I was asking, is there anything specific about your plan, the layout, the circulation of it, the administration strategy that relates to the farming?
Well, I guess.
Like, did the farming influence anything about the housing? How do those two relate?
With the housing, well, so layout wise, yes, just because I wanted these openings to allow ventilation and sunlight and things to come in to the middle of the site, and also to like open up that space so that light can enter. I guess the farming, I'm sorry, I'm starting to answer the question here, but I think it was in my head a way of making it look less like a big apartment complex and wanting the site to feel like you're walking through the garden. And so even if these plots are kind of dissolved and these boundaries are broken by the residents, which is the idea, I imagine it would be like you're just kind of walking through this area that's very lush eventually and develop like vegetable gardens and kind of just like on the sides next to your building that you then walk into instead of being like these roads and strips of gardens, plots that produce gardens.
If I just kind of elaborate on the question, farming usually is rows and planters and everything. So actually, you're exaggerating the striation. I mean, literally, your plan is striated, right? I mean, you're not going much further away than a typical garden. You're actually saying this is like an intensified version of a manicured garden where every 1 foot there'll be like a carrot plant, and every couple of patches will change the vegetables that are available. And I think the question also is, you can maybe try and answer. Maybe it's the farming came as an afterthought because it feels like the farming is filling in the gaps between the massing that you've created that was convenient for your housing units. But now that you've done it, now that you've decided, like if you go back to the ground floor, we can see that you've created like these common areas, right? And you have all these different programs. The question becomes, how does the farming intersect with your building? Can you drag certain plants inside? Does the ground floor become some kind of interior farming unit? Or is the tracks, the striations, a version of how the kitchen spills out to the exterior? Right? So you have those dining tables like those three, right? In the middle. Do they start slipping out at some point? If you look at Shiguro Ban's Naked House, which is in a farmland, it's in a rice field, and it's like a shotgun style house that's completely empty. It has a kitchen, it has a toilet, and then it has these 3 cubes that are on wheels that you can move around. And I hear, yeah, it's like an amazing house. And I wonder if like the bottom part of your building was actually not programmed at all. But instead you have those like floating pieces, just like how farms work. You plant something, you take it out, you pick it, yeah, you plant it. So the idea of planting and uprooting and moving and processing can be part of how you generate the plant, because what you're creating is a machine on the ground floor. But the meandering, I don't see meandering. I mean, there's nowhere to meander. There's a big middle ground, and then there's an access on the 2 horizontal pieces. And I want that to be more. So if you take the question that was asked in the beginning, is how do they intersect? They currently don't. But you could easily, right? Like you can start slipping the 2 a lot more. So it's actually a very difficult plan to read in terms of interior and exterior on the ground floor.
And that's just on the ground floor.
Yeah.
What if you could turn something vertically and have it start influence your facade? And you mentioned the terraces. Oh, let's put trees up there too. But, you know, you have kind of influencing.
I think, sorry, I don't know if this is just rehashing, but the idea with the plots alongside the garden plans is like if you're working in the kitchen and you go outside and pick your vegetables to then cook. That's kind of the reason for having them right next to each other. For the axon, these top pieces with the thin roofing along, those would be the rooftop gardens that are accessible through the vertical floors. So the public would be able to access those spaces as well. And then it wouldn't be a private terrace. And then these other ones would be shared between the two residences. So the roofs are actually
I think a really fun part of this project is like, I don't know, like this may be a different angle on just sort of the nature of the studio in general, but it seems like a real opportunity to critique what it means to live in a city, what it means to live in an apartment, what it means to live with neighbors, etc. And this one, actually, it seems like you could really rethink what program is for like a residential community, where like nobody has a kitchen. Get rid of every kitchen, every unit. You use the communal kitchen, and then and I could start to imagine like other aspects like that, where like maybe it's a live work kind of place where the work is the labor is the production of goods or of produce or whatever sort of sustains the community. But just the diagram of how you can start to reorganize the prototypical kind of critique the prototypical kind of apartment. Because like everything, like if you go to one of the plans, right, they're very standard stuff, right? Like you have like your nice living, it's open concept, it's cool. But like I think in school, like you have these opportunities to sort of just challenge yourself to kind of critique the prototype. If you go back to the ground plan, I started thinking about when I was listening to the earlier comments was like, yeah, you could play this up like a field, like literally, like, and then I started imagining the buildings and bars, and then however many, like the different sort of unit scales, each bar could maybe be a different scale, like a different sort of piece of, like a different type of produce, and then in between would be the crops. You can sort of like, these sort of really fun. Yeah, but like the one that's adjacent to the carrot. Yeah. But like, you just see it bars of the buildings that are, I'm trying to think of like what would be a radical sort of party.
Parts of the left.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Stripes. Like striations.
But I feel like this is going in that direction. It's more right, like another overlay. Yeah.
So imagine if this was your farm and you started to place your objects or buildings on top of it. So what happens when you start enclosing certain pieces? I think it's also going back to Ben's comment about labor. Maybe that's also how you pay rent.
Yeah,
like maybe you don't get a kitchen, but you get a cabinet, so I can store my bowls and my glassware in a cabinet downstairs in one of the kitchens A, B, or C. But then I also have to go and cultivate part of the land so that I don't have to pay tax, for example, but I still pay base rent. And if I help take care of a child and part of the daycare when there's daycare, then that also reduces my rent. So how do you create this ecosystem of vouchers of work so that the labor is kind of also communal work? In Japan, what they do is there's old people that will go around cleaning trees. So they wipe trees, and because the leaves get polluted, and they do it as part of community service. And the only thing they get out of it is food as part of their elderly home care. And because they also enjoy that kind of commitment to the community. So what part of that is coming into the plan? And I think the fact that you're creating that conversation just proves that it's there, but we need it, like the initial question, like we need to see it, like really draw it in. I would go back and rework this ground plan.
I think it's
super fun, yeah.
And this is where I get really excited about being really dogmatic about like a design proposal. Like if you just sort of own that sort of commitment to being like, okay, we're gonna ask some questions and deliver some results that might be really far-fetched, but they're gonna lead to a conversation about possible, and then the drawings prove the possibility.
I have a question for Jerry. Like Nishikawa's Tokyo House, where he has the tiny little the broken up house.
The one that's like cellular.
Yes. keeps like I kind of think. What do you think about the fact that the buildings are so large in comparison? Yeah, these are like giant buildings. In terms of the scale of farming and the sensitivity to ecology, and you're talking about regenerative ecology. I mean, regenerative ecology is a lot. It's kind of complicated. When Ben was asking it, was kind of a hint that regenerative. It's not really regenerative ecology, but I think if you're gonna start pushing that kind of conversation, then how do you think about the scale of the building and how much space it takes?
Totally. I think that's where you can start to ask questions, like pretty deliberate questions about the sun. Like what grows well in the shade versus what grows well in direct sun. And then building a building that can sort of create these really kind of useful orientations relative to the planet.
You know the sun house. Yes. Where it's like a really small scale and they break up the use of like he doesn't because when you said to get rid of the kitchens, I was thinking what happens if each unit starts to get rid of something? If I work in the morning, do I need a bedroom? Or do I sleep in someone else's bedroom? I mean, I feel like you could really push the radical aspect of this project in ways that we can't. Like, do I have an extra bedroom in my house because I'm babysitting? So actually, my babysitting room can be accessed by the neighbor from the outside door. I don't know, but like, maybe that's the ecology you're looking at, rather than regenerative ecology as a literal sense of a singular sediment. Yeah, I mean, it'd be really difficult.
Focus on one or the other.
Yeah, but I think you can kind of push the idea of what it means to create a plan that contradicts convention, even though it follows convention.
And I feel like all of these comments are coming from like, this is really amazing and this is really great. They're like wanting to, let's keep working on it. Like, we'll work with it.
It's weird that you want to keep showing the accent. Because I feel like the accent actually is like the worst photo of the president. Not that it's bad, but it's like in terms of the ranking of which like the section's interesting, the plans. Yeah, this plan could be like really to hit home. I think the diagram of the grid is a little bit chunkier, and I want to see a version where it's more delicate. Yeah, like how do you also go back and then now add the striations of the farming to it?
Yeah,
like a smaller grid, and it starts to interrupt and create fringes. You need to cut us off. By the way.
I'm very bad.
You just have to work.
We should not do this.
No,
We should like stand up. 20 minutes. Yeah. I hear her.
Well done.
I appreciate your use of green throughout all of your drawings. It's like reiterating, like just from a graphic perspective. Very vegetation.
The other over.
Oh man, yeah, that's a common thing. Not over the
Business school is freezing. I just got a coffee. It's not as good as the one.
That's another thing, Jason. I don't know what I put.
I like the leopard ones. I talk about it.
It's pretty good. Our food is good.
Yeah. And the food and the LBC is good. And the
We have. Thank you. Galveston work.
So Ben's canceling everyone's kitchen. Make them work for their food here. Like students like cut tuition, like students in the humidity, like turning soil.
Domesticating their own animals.
Exactly. I want to see domesticated squirrels.
I don't know. They're really.
No.
No, they are. But
In Princeton, we have a black one that would always come to school. I'm just saying.
See what, Squirrels in Lafayette are like 8 times the size.
No way. Like, so cute.
They're very healthy.
Before we keep talking about squirrels.
No, is this talking for squirrels?
Sure, it can be. But hi, I'm Chris, and I will be presenting.
You might want to just click on the mouse on the screen. Yeah. There you go.
So are we broadcasting?
Let me try.
There's this.
Click on the screen because it should be that it's on.
Do we have to go back up to the toolbar at the top? Oh. That's checking, you know.
Work with the cursor. Okay, try it.
But I'll be presenting the Chop Collective, named after Chop Potato Street, which is this shop right here. And I chose Collective because this is a community of artists, and we often call artists that are living together an artist collective. So this is the first acting I'm showing. So the different colors represent the previous projects that I worked on. In pink is the horizontal house, in blue is the vertical house, in orange is the sectional house. So my horizontal house focused on the central courtyard with the rest of the program of the house radiating around it. So on the south facade is sort of the communal space of the house, which is living room, kitchen, and dining. And then radiating around the rest of the courtyard are the private bedrooms. Then the vertical house. It was a 5-story house that was designed around the idea of the circle. And the house is designed around the geometry of the circle. So the stairs exist around the perimeter of the house, and the program exists within the middle. And then lastly is my sectional house, which again expanded on that idea of working with the circle, but instead the stairs moved to the center of the house, and the rest of the house sort of radiates around it, and then that creates these outdoor balcony spaces. And then for site observations, my group worked with working on a section of the house. So we focused a lot on sort of the massing and height of the buildings. And what we noticed is that a lot of the buildings were 1 to 2 story residential houses, with some exceptions, including this building that was a warehouse. I believe there was a gas station, of course, the restaurant Frankie and Johnny's, but most of them, again, were still low lying. And personally, I considered that as kind of a way of creating contrast with the building that we would be creating, because it would be very hard to have buildings lying this low to the ground with the level of densification that we needed to do for this project. So then there's an axon showing kind of the line work of the project that I created. So this is the a figure ground diagram of the original on the left-hand side, and then on the right has my intervention in red. And I guess the biggest distinction you can see is that my house is kind of like more of the perimeter. They're a bit larger in scale than the more circular houses. So the way I decided to come up with this organization is the way that I interpreted the site is that the Frankie and Johnny's and the 2 remaining houses kind of created this orthogonal perimeter, and then the rest of the space was occupied by green space with trees. So I decided to line the orthogonal horizontal houses along the perimeter, and then that green space, since it was more organic, I decided to put the vertical and sectional houses within that space. And this diagram again just kind of explains that organization strategy, with the orthogonal being around the perimeter and the circular being connected with each other and in the middle. So in the horizontal houses, there are 4 different layers. there is public vertical and horizontal circulation. Then there's a layer that is communal spaces, and those may be comprised of rooms that can be rented out to people, or communal spaces such as offices or laundry rooms. Then there are larger private housing, and then towards the backs of the houses are private balconies. And this kind of explains the strategy I created for designing those spaces for So the original house had 5 bedrooms. 2 of the bedrooms were removed to create those communal spaces, leaving 3 bedrooms. Then for the 2-bedroom houses, I extracted 1 bathroom and 1 bedroom, compressed it into a balcony, and then returned it to the original house. And the same strategy occurs for the 1-bedroom houses, except a 2nd bedroom. And this sort of explains my design strategy for creating the connection between the sectional and vertical houses. So for the sectional house, I divided the circle that would be the staircase into 5 stairs, or 5 sections, 1 section for each floor. And then at each endpoint of a line, I connected a circle to it and repeated that until it created that sort of radiating circle. And from there, I expanded the lines out, added bridges to connect to the vertical houses. And yeah. So on the ground floor of the project is where a lot of the focus on the artists comes in. So in this building right here is a theater for performing artists. And then next to it is a storage room for them to house props or costumes. This space is a communal kitchen and has a dining room connected to it. And again, there's a storage space for any cookware that they may need. Here is an arts classroom, and then to the south of it is an art spot or an art shop where artists that live in the community can sell their works. And then in this building is like a stage and like sort of a space for musicians. And on the other side is a bar and then a record shop where again artists within the community can sell the works that they create. There's also in between sort of the curves of the sectional houses, spaces that collect water and have gardens. And these are just really quickly plans that show each floor. And then section, go through these really quickly just because out. And then some perspectives, 2 perspectives that I made. This one is in kind of one of the green spaces, and this is underneath. This is in between the bar and the musicians' performing space. And then finalize.
It's a great project, and it's so well thought out, and it's presented to us so well. It's such a smooth presentation. Like I didn't feel at any point like I lost track of the way you were thinking or what the project's aim was. And I do think that what you're trying to do actually does happen. The biggest question I have is why, after you put everything together, can we still clearly tell the difference between the tower typology that's in the middle and the typology of the horizontal slab that exists on the perimeter? You know what I mean by the question? Like formally, why can we really tell the difference in terms of the cylinders versus the blocks on the inside?
I guess because I just saw the 2 as so different that I didn't really consider maybe making the slabs more tower-like or making the towers more.
The reason I ask it is, firstly, the towers, what happens if I can't go upstairs? How are they accessible to people who are less able? So in a way, we could start connecting certain floors of the towers to the horizontal slabs so that certain floors are accessible to people. Maybe there is a cylinder that also gets like a small elevator shaft, so that if I wanted to live in one of these vertical cylinders as an artist, I could still access it on all the floors on the side. But because if you go to your plan, I think your second floor plan. I mean, the sections of it, it's all good. So yeah, like this one's good. When I start seeing it, I kind of want to interlock the project a lot more in terms of its connections and what does it mean for me to be able to bridge across these buildings and have a conversation across the whole project. And in a certain way, I can't help but think of, if this drawing follows the trees, then all of a sudden I kind of think of the towers as another like tree-like object in the center, like you start populating the garden with these little vertical structures as you would have done with trees. But the reason why I talk about the exterior is I wonder if there's certain moments where you can press them against each other more. So what happens instead of this, like for example, that top circle, instead of it being part of this cluster, what happens if I shove it up against one of those blocks and all of a sudden it interrupts a regular house? So my regular house all of a sudden has access to an artist studio upstairs. So I could be living with 4 people, but I have those kind of moments where it's a traditional plan, but I have those access to all these like really super interesting parts of the project.
So programmatically, are the towers still apartments?
Art studios, right? Art residence.
Like the cylindrical towers? What are those? Are those
They're
the?
Yeah, they're residences.
They're
They
residences.
have 4 bedrooms.
Okay, and then the perimeter stuff is also residence.
Yes.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I wonder. I'm sure I have similar, set of thoughts. Like, how can you integrate the two sort of really clear? Maybe you don't. I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe you like it sort of separate. I don't know. Yeah, they really contrast, but they have like a similar sensibility of kind of like almost like an anxiousness. They're sort of they're fussy. They're sort of built up in sort of a fussy manner because of all the little moves and parts and pieces that characterize the facades, and how that the towers are stacked, and then how you have to circulate up through them, and how they're connecting. So I mean, actually, quick question. It's kind of a yes or no one. Do you like that they're really distinctly separate? Is that like, for you, that makes sense to you, like intellectually, creatively, etc.? Then I won't go down the line that I would otherwise go down.
When I was making it, yes, it did make sense.
Okay.
What about now?
Now that I hear that kind of feedback, because it just wasn't something I heard during the design process, I do think I could have considered more heavily how all the buildings could connect.
So it doesn't bother you to connect them?
Okay, cool. Because I mean, then what I started to think is like a collision of like the cylinder into one of those box forms, and like how they start to like kind of react to one another, and then think of how it really kind of creatively reshape part of the unit, and then you could do that either like in one or in 2 ways, but then it repeats in a few times, so it's like it's like a similar thing, but it looks different, from the outside. But I also like the idea that I think what Zaid's talking about, which is you can start to think about reconsolidating or like consolidating certain kind of programs for for the opportunity of having like other really big sort of shared artist spaces. Like if I'm thinking of like coming here as an artist, like one thing that I would love is just space, big empty volume. And if I can cram in with like a few other people, like in a couple of units, like super tiny bedrooms, almost closet size. Yeah, but then have this monster volume of just nothing. I would love that. And,
So like then you start reading the plan in a confused way, right?
Yeah.
So instead of thinking this is a dining room, living room, you're like, oh wow, that's all the artist space, and like the bathroom, it's like closet, and the bedroom is
I mean, I'm okay with the architects being different, right? The massive, we've got 2 totally different directions here, and I'm okay with this being drastically different as long as there's a reason for it, and I appreciate that you started at the beginning of this, and those were all housing because that's what we were, that was the direction of the studio. But I wonder if now getting to this point and coming up with those massings, maybe the housing is just on in those center volumes are the isolation space, like if you want to just have a place to work where you're among the trees, or vice versa, right? If all of these larger plans that are rigid on the perimeter become the large shared workspaces, in the towers, you have your own little level where you're just going to your beds and sleep among the trees, I think you could think that way too.
I mean, the reason I like the collision is not because I want to squish your project together, but because it's so unique. Like they're both really good. Like both aspects of the project are just so well figured out that if you put them together, it's a unique typology that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So I'm more interested in the exploration of something that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Not that it's better, but it just allows you to look at something that you can't look at anywhere else, just because there isn't the version of it, but you've created it. So I think that's why I'm kind of pushing for that. And also, if I would be even more extreme, I would say I would be interested in cutting out each of these modules, also plugging them into this tower, right? Like, I mean, at certain moments, you could actually have this be part of the tree system. And you actually never kind of get perimeter anymore. It's this jungle feel where all of a sudden you're always meandering between 3-point connections and the circulation that's always on the exterior. But you've created a system, and that's not easy. Like a system of thinking that this project has, that's kind of really cool because you have all these pieces to the game, and now you get to play any version of it that you want. So you kind of have
Now
like
that you're
10
at this
projects. Yeah, and I think that's kind of a really cool, especially in housing, right? Like that's what you kind of need, that flexibility of a system that you can play with for different types of projects. So I would be curious to see what the versions of this would be on different sites. Like if there was like a thin shotgun site, would you just get like a couple of these towers and put them in, or would you, like what would happen?
That's cool. I mean, I think like this is probably stuff that you don't really maybe think about while you're working on a project, but like it's really neat to start to see how this thing can flex.
Yeah.
Like what it can do, what it can't do, where it, what it can't really accommodate, what it sort of performs best in. So like this, like you have a big space to sort of work with. You have a couple constraints of like these existing buildings and streets, but otherwise it's pretty loose. You can kind of meander around. But I think if you start to think about like some other constraints you can put into it, how it would have to perform still with a like a linear sort of organization or a distributed one or I don't know, but like you can start to imagine other scenarios that it could be adapted to. It's kind of fun.
Well done.
What do you call those stacks?
Bigger office. They did that.
The towers?
Yeah, that
We need a
tower in
name.
the back of the house. And the idea behind it was how do you occupy the backyard? So they started to look at that it started happening. That's why we start thinking about how these start to show up in different houses as well, right? All of a sudden density.
Yeah,
Or in the site plan, all of these little things kind of right around the section.
Yes. But for this, I mean, also like this can actually be used in other places that don't even have this. Like this could actually start being in the backyards of people's houses. So like, like in LA right now, you have all the ADU. You can start having this as an ADU tower.
You're on YouTube. Where's your YouTube?
Last I heard, we have 5,000 views. That's it here? Yes. So where's the camera? Can't see. What's that? Oh, shoot. Yeah. Yeah, that's TV. So down forward. Camera shot. Yeah, I would have really changed the appearance.
Okay, so Methy Hill is all about range New Orleans, but it doesn't necessarily have. So there are no hills in Louisiana, so I made one with my building. So it has amazing views to see, and it's so exceptional because it centers on the streets and the bars. But I want to create a more formal music experience than freshman bars. So the idea is kind of similar to the Disney concert hall, and it's flashy with not organic shape, except it's inhabited, obviously. The structure wraps itself around two main stages. And the stage on the outside is more casual than the one protected within the center. The outer stage would be a place for Saturday night, like open concerts or playing for fun, like putting your instrument for fun in a park. And the inner stage would be for formal events. For instance, neighborhood kids could take lessons and.
What are we looking at? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, that's an axon. Is it?
Is that a leak? I mean, I like it. I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of scale. Yeah.
So I thought it took it at a 90-degree angle. It looks weird too. That's very nice. Okay.
But it's nice isometric to be front, right?
Yeah.
Is your instructor?
Emmanuel. So I mean, I typed in the code to get it. So it said like 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So here then, if this isn't so clear, I'll go to my plan. So the sorry, let me find my place. So neighborhood. So it could have like an outreach program. So neighborhood kids could take lessons and put on concerts, center stage, and sound people to lead into the neighborhood, like through the buildings, because there are lots of like on the first floor, for instance. So I took a section on the second floor because that's the main floor. So all major entrances and staircases lead to the second floor, and all the main restaurants and stores are on the second floor, making that the main floor. And so
What floor is this?
This is the second floor. So the first floor around these edges has like openings, like those are the ground openings because there are no major entrances to the first floor. They're all hidden away in these like little areas. Like there's an entrance right here. You can see a line going through, and then there's obviously there's a big staircase here, but there's another like entrance right there. And then right here, there are also like gaps between the buildings to allow people to get through to the first floor. The entire point is to divert people to the second floor. So okay. So the building rotates around around 2 stages. It has 3 main floors with stairs, and the stairs wrap around. Well, the stairs are on the outside of the building, and they allow you to like look out from the staircase to the outside to this translucent kind of frame. And so the first 2 stories are public, obviously, and then the 3rd to 5th stories are locked to the public, since that's for long-term housing. So the first 2 floors are mainly for short-term housing, kind of hostel housing, and the second floor also has some long-term housing, but all the upper floors have only long-term housing. And so these are the main 3 entrances. This one for that. This one's over here. You can kind of see the gap on the side, and there's this little gap on the side for this one. So it's obviously very crowded. Not crowded. It's a very well circulated area. Especially right here, you can see a little concert going on. So that's kind of how it goes. The stage, and people sitting on the stairs. I had some inhabited. I put an inhabited stair. And so you can kind of see there's some bunk beds in here, so I might like there use situations like that. Some like rooms are big enough basically to have just like 2 full beds. And then you can see like more permanent housing right here. Some people get low balconies. Now it's gonna get those entire properties. This is the vegetation. They have like grass maybe in the center. You know, the concrete slab around the stage. Your seating. I don't necessarily want any permanent seating in there. So you can have like chairs. That's the circulation. You can see all the circulation going around the second floor and not much going on the first floor. So I put together my building kind of like layers. I stacked up my units on top of like the floor with the main floor. And so so these are my individual units. And so this is like the permanent housing. You can see other bigger beds. Those have like a more permanent setting. And actually, this is the temporary one. This is the permanent one. It says bigger beds. This is on the upper floor. This is on the second floor. They have like a balcony with like more like seating. So there are 4 rooms with temporary housing. So, yeah.
If you could describe like just describe like the overarching kind of like formal understanding of the project, how would you describe it? Trying to kind of get a sense. Still trying to get a sense of like what it is.
Okay. So it's a mountain shaped building that, or hill shaped, I guess. Like carved that center. That's supposed to. Okay, actually, this important part. You're supposed to be able to hear the music from no matter where you are in the building. So the entire point is to like have, or not the entire point, but the point to have music like leak out everywhere and kind of not everywhere, but like in a controlled way. So there would be like vegetation stuff inside to kind of.
What I'm getting at, or trying to get at a little bit, is I'm trying to get a sense of a general like organizing project or an organizational sort of strategy.
Okay.
And you know, I think like the hill or the mountain is useful, but I don't know how it's helping structure like the kind of effects that you're trying to get at. But I think like right now, you know, like we talk about part-to-whole relationships a lot in architecture, and right now I sort of see it more as like part-to-part relationships, and that's okay. Like I'm kind of into that, you know, like part-to-part, like kind of autonomy of the part. But I'd be interested to hear you talk about that, and maybe we don't need to go down that road too deeply, but like I think I'm still trying to just get a sense of what its overall agenda is as a building.
Yeah.
I think I'll tell you. I think firstly the PDF is in the wrong order, and you stop at the wrong images when you speak. This whole presentation would be so different if you were saying the story. Different images, like I mean, that like exploded axon explains how you stack everything together. But you were trying to explain all of a sudden the oblique. You were trying to explain where people were coming in and out, and I was like the second floor and then above, and I was like, whoa, like, am I gonna have to imagine the whole project? And then you went on, and I was like, oh no, it's here.
Yeah.
I was like, thank God, because I was like, I'm like trying to keep track. I was like, okay, so it's 3 floors on the left and 4 floors on the right. So I think in terms of PDF order, we need to kind of go back and go and organize it in a way where we can access the project first and then take us through the concept. Because what you're doing is, I'm gonna perceive it in the way that you've explained it, is you're creating a stadium typology for housing. And that's why the sound carries, right? That's why you have kind of concerts in the stadium where you have all the stands, yeah. But then you're not just taking the stadium as a typology where it kind of creates a valley section, but you're looking at it in terms of a mountain, because the mountain hybrid with the stadium, like if you take a stadium, cover it in a bunch of sand, all of a sudden the scale of climbing it up, and it also means you're carving it out, because stadiums are usually built up, and you're talking about carving, so you're talking about ground. So the terminology in your project is really important. Because if you create a stadium building, then you're not talking about ground. Whereas this is more like Claude Perrault, the oblique drawings, right? Like how do we access the top? And even the roofs, can you go to the more zoomed in section? Yeah, like there's like that slight jagged of the diagonal, like right here, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, that's like super important because it gets jagged on the outside, it's slightly diagonal, and then as soon as you cut the section, it flattens on the inside, which like strongly insinuates a relationship of what it means to be inside a space versus outside of it. The thing that I think doesn't give you enough of space to explore the concept is I wish the ground level started a floor higher, and that this was all maybe a basement level, and then you carve down the seating and your thing, because at that point we can really see how the mountain doesn't really go up from the ground data of the city, but actually how you carve down as well, because you're doing two things. This is firstly a stadium typology that looks at a mountain in terms of tradition, and then you're looking at the typology of carving caves and creating steps, kind of like Petra and Jordan. If you look at like old, do you know what I'm talking about? So in Petra and Jordan, they carve the architecture out of the mountains.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of like Greek amphitheaters and the carving of the stone. And I think here we really start to see that, especially with that missing interior, right? Like there's this hollowness in the center where you start creating this mountain, valley, cave. I feel like those kind of terminologies become really important to accessing the project. But when we see this, I kind of want to see another version of your exploded axon when it comes together, and then we see a mountain on top of it. Yeah. So like, what's the kind of conceptual framework? Where's the conceptual diagrams?
Yeah.
Also the diagrams for each, I mean, there are missing diagrams, right? I mean,
Yeah. Oh, actually, I just remembered I forgot my 3D model on my desk. But I think grab that real quick. I'm so
do you want
sorry.
someone else to grab it?
Oh, yeah, that's it. I'm so sorry. Just realized that how I think.
No, I mean, I think in order of, in terms of organizing your presentation, like first start with writing out 5 bullet points. What's the most important thing about this project that you want to, get through, and then organize it that way. And then think, what is the best drawing that can support this idea? Start with that. I think your views of the entrances, I don't really see what the value is that we're getting from that. What is that saying about the project?
Yeah, so another wrong word. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I think that was a wrong word. I think I should explain that while I was explaining the differences and we're about to get through.
And I agree with your comment about the part versus the part in the whole. I kind of feel that when I'm looking at the stadium, I'm talking about the seating, it feels like that could have really grown up into something so much more and influenced the massing or the way that housing kind of starts to peel into how do those two integrate more than just, okay, here is the seating, right? Here's the steps, and that's it, right? It seems like they wanted to kind of relate a bit more.
Women's University in Korea, South Korea, so has that huge, like it's 2 buildings and they're built in the ground, and there's a huge staircase carved out of the earth, and then that goes up as a ramp. And in that moment, you can really see how extreme the stair can be. And I completely agree, like the stairs went all the way up at certain moments. Like, what does it mean when you don't start to actually cut it as 3 layers? I kind of think you need more clay. And I kind of erase the edges here, and the edge, like at certain moments, like what you're talking about is really how does this start really peeling itself down, right? And then it starts to do the work.
Organization is there. We're just saying, pull it more, make it go the distance a bit more, extend the steps. And I see what you're doing with the slanted roofs, right? In terms of acoustics, I get that, but it's like really drive it home, make it obvious. And that's how the piece is.
I like the entrances. I like the stadium. Do the stadium entrances better?
I'm not bothered by them. I'm just, I guess it's again in the way they were presented. Like, what's the importance of it?
What I'm
And,
saying
and
for-
sometimes that's also in the hierarchy of your board,
Yeah.
right? Maybe those needed to be half the size and three little things kind of later after you've explained it a bit more with the other.
And as a line drawing, maybe not like with material, because right now the material
It's hard
doesn't
to
make
read.
sense as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But there is these kind of bizarre things that you're putting together that you should really elaborate in your presentation. Like, and if you don't have time to do more diagrams, the best way to do a diagram is to draw on top of your section, right? Like, I mean, you could come in, you know, you could come in and say, oh, look, these are all housing, and just highlight it in blue and make it transparent. Like, this is in plan where it's green, and this is what's going on. So you can really explain the narrative by just clicking through, but instead of you pointing, allowing the shift of colors and highlights to do the work for you.
I feel like this is a very large project, a
Yeah.
very large proposal, and I feel like maybe we kind of cut some aspects of design short in order to address the massiveness of what's of the floor space and the units and all this. But it's a great idea. It's great.
I'm curious about how it creates a valley on the outside, though. I think we've seen other valley projects in the morning where the carving happens on the inside, so you have this kind of boldish typology. But in that sense, it kind of creates the same thing that we were criticizing with the wall project, but not really a wall this time, right? But it's kind of elevating the rest.
Yeah.
So how do you kind of also think of the exterior as carved? Like, instead of it just being like a U shape, can it be a U shape with a like slight tilt, a slight nod to the exterior, and allowing more people in the exterior to intersect with it? Could you, instead of creating a stadium typology, could you create an extroverted stadium typology where actually the seating is all facing the outside, and all the community can come up, and actually what you're echoing is the community sound rather than a concert?
I made this look at that. Are you saying like carve out the side that has the stadium seating and
I mean, if we abstractly look at your project, it's a bowl, right? I'm saying what if it wasn't a bowl, but it was actually the other way, so it was extroverted.
Okay. Well, to that point though, I feel like I understand this project from being at the center of the site, right? I understand the inside of it, and I feel like I don't have as much information about it from the perimeter.
Yes,
And in that sense, it's very successful, right? Because that's where the magic is happening, right? In terms of where the music is generated and sound waves are moving to and buffering into the rooms and the housing. So I think that's interesting.
I think it's important to get a view of the outside, because I think that's maybe why I was asking the first questions, because I don't really get it.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
And the views that you do show, they're not descriptive enough. They're cool isolated moments, and I think like they could be helpful. But you need some more views in there that kind of capture its essence a bit. I love the isometric drawings. I think that's like those are fun for me because I have to like think about it for a minute, like see how they're moving. But just one quick thing, what's with the slight deviations and sloping of the roofs?
yeah. Well, originally it was supposed to be water. And then
Well, like to shed water?
yeah.
Stick gap, receiving
That's why I
sound
thought as
and
well.
like capturing the sound.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it could help with dampening sound too. But we also just didn't have enough time to get into that too far.
Have you seen this project, my favorite? It's called The Mountain.
Oh wait, I think we did. I did projects on it.
Okay, so it's like this kind of project where the interior of the building is there, but all of a sudden there's a mountain, and then how do you start figuring out the exterior?
Yeah.
Like, does the exterior continue to look like a mountain? I think there's just that layer where if you now went in and drew the mountain and decided actually the roof doesn't want to be there, the roof wants to be there, and at certain moments, like maybe the water coming down is because it's shaped like a mountain and maybe it's like a river. So at certain moments, the roofs connect because you need the water to come down all the way. So it could actually create like a really functional conversation, something that just came across as a metaphor can really drive the performance of this building. And this looks like a geological section when we look at it. I mean, the layering, the different kind of color hatches and the different depths. Pretty cool. But your presentation needs a lot of work. So keep in mind when you move forward into your next videos, how do you make sure that you're succinct in a way that you do your project justice? Because I think you've done a lot more work than you let on in your 5-minute presentation.
Yeah, I also think I took you on like a friend train of thought instead of like looking
You
at
took
the
us up
same-
a mountain.
Yeah.
We went on a hike.
It's for the experience.
That's good. Good job.
How many minutes left? Two? How tight is the schedule?
Tight.
Yeah, so how are we gonna do that?
What do we do? What do
We
we
need
do?
2 more before.
Are we
20
out of
minutes. Well, it's 4:40.
Oh.
Yeah, it's doing this. That's going to come back. Yeah. I think we missed 2. And we're still that late. Is it our fault?
Supposed to be getting 20 minutes?
I've been sticking.
We're
to
gonna,
time.
we're probably gonna have to do these a little quicker.
Yeah.
We get 18 minutes.
Are they, is it based on?
I think everyone.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I take that. I didn't know there was anything about there. Well, it's until 5:30.
Okay, hi, my name is Natalia, and my project is called.
Come this way. Yeah, that's right. No, the next one, the other one.
It was my fault. Okay, my project is called Eco Collective. And so just a brief summary before we get into the rest of it. But the main massing consists of these 2 bars going north to south on the site, and they're connected in between with smaller units and courtyards. I aim to create an inward-facing community through the relationships between balconies, circulation bridges, windows, and green space. The program exists as a layer under the housing, and the materiality, spatial configuration, and rhythm of the housing in relation to the program creates layers of porosity between the community and the surrounding neighborhoods, as well as to the environment. And the footprint of the building was aiming to preserve green space. So each of my 3 original houses is present in the final design, just edited. So this was my original horizontal home, which consisted of 4 sort of bedroom pods connected by this transformable collective space. This is my vertical home, which consisted of this arc block with a stair wrapping the exterior. And main concepts I took from it were sectional layers and luminosity. My sectional home was the most influential in the overall design of the meta home. It consisted of a large block, the interior of which was carved out, and into the sides were pushed little rooms and windows. It's very inward facing, but it also collects exterior views and light. And okay, so some site observations. This is a site observation map from which I collected, or I noted the grain of the existing houses, which informed the sort of bar nature of my meta home. And I also noted the smaller scale of the existing houses, which led me to make the first bar more on scale with the neighborhood and the interior one could be taller. And lastly, Frankie and Johnny's, the restaurant, sort of has this street corner like node quality based on its position, and so I sought to maintain it. And so just quickly, I wanted to map out sort of the environmental values and how the architecture responds to it. So for wind, the building is oriented along the north-south corridor where the wind can flow through. And the middle units have a porous middle segment, so it can flow through. As far as solar orientation, most of the windows are east-west facing, and the few that are south-facing have a vegetation. There's also solar energy collection. There's some solar panels here and a citrus grove here. And as far as water collection, I make use of the natural slope of the site, which has a gradient going this way. So rainwater can travel beneath the raised structure and is collected by porous walkways. Green space is preserved and minimal trees were removed. And as far as material reuse, I would propose that the wood from the demolished houses be reused in the sort of wooden slat structure of the building. And there would be window walls from repurposed glass construction. And lastly, I thought a really important component was durability and engagement with the surrounding neighborhoods as a way to make sure this project has like a long lifespan. So I fit it within the urban context and aim to make spaces that can be transformed. So this is a 3D diagram just showing how I constructed the meta home. So I started with the sectional house as like this aggregation, a larger bar, and then I plugged in smaller versions of the vertical homes between the units and placed the horizontal houses on top. And then these are connective units that are derived from the vertical houses, and in between them is the courtyards. The circulation begins at the lobby and stretches out to form these 4 bridge structures. And this is the program as something that sort of exists as a lower layer that undulates and has velocity. And this is what it looks like on the ground. So this is the ground floor plan. So through this plan, you can see the program. We have the lobby, and on this side, facing the neighborhood, is the market. This is the restaurant, Frankie and Johnny's, and this is the workshop where I imagined the inhabitants would be actively reusing and repurposing materials to sell at the market. And this is seating that's porous towards the park. This next layer shows this like moment of symmetry when you cut through the sectional houses in both bars, but that symmetry is lost when, since this bar is shorter, you arrive at the horizontal house quicker than this bar, and so you can kind of see that difference. And in this roof plan, it's highlighted how the green roofs of the connective units and the interior courtyards sort of helps preserve more green space than the two. This section aims to highlight the interconnectivity of the units themselves. So this whole bar of horizontal houses could be potentially opened up. And then each vertical unit could be opened up to its corresponding sectional home. And this is the tall bar, so you're seeing through to the park. And so it has a porosity in the view, as well as the potential doorways. And through the whole, you can walk all the way through it without stopping. This section aims to highlight the relationship between the 2 main bars of housing and the connected bars. So you can kind of see this, the bar structure repeated just horizontally here. And you can also see the taller bar in relation to the park. So just quickly, these are some unit plans, as well as a section from my model, which shows how the vertical house connects to the sectional, and this is the horizontal house. And so the horizontal plan has the 4 pods again, but the room, the like kitchen and dining was moved to the side, and the courtyard is moved to the side. So where they're connected, it's sort of like a transition. So that's not better. And then the vertical and the sectional homes, they maintain a relationship on the ground floor, and circulation through the sectional home goes up with a room at each landing a bedroom at the edge. And let's see. And then this is just the plans for the smaller connected units. So at the bottom floor, the staircase becomes used for storage, and in the upper, it's not present. So that's the main difference between. And you can see this porosity of the middle segment that becomes like a balcony into the courtyard. And now I have some perspectives. So this first one, I was just aiming to highlight where the lobby is and how this circulation system works, where you enter the lobby, you can go straight back into the courtyards, or you can take the elevator or staircase up to either of the two bridge systems and continue that way. This is a section showing one of the connected units and then the workshop. And so this is the view that you would have if you were walking from the market all the way through the courtyard and looking into the citrus grove. And I just also was trying to highlight the livability of it and how there's different layers of privacy and interaction. Like these little windows can open, but they're elevated, so someone's not like looking into your house. This becomes a porch. This walkway kind of becomes a porch, and the house can open. And this last perspective is from balcony to balcony of opposing sectional homes. And so just again, you can kind of see the different layers of livability and the porosity through to the market. So that's my axon. This is the facade with a sort of rhythm that mimics the urban grain. Like I segmented it into 3 to represent it.
Project. And I'm going to try and be quick in the comments as we are reaching the end of the day and trying to keep time. I would say that in the beginning, try and get rid of things that don't influence your project too much. So if you're collecting water at the end of the site because there's a natural slope, then you're not really doing that, right? As a design process, that could have been added on as to any project that we've seen today. So anything that you feel doesn't influence or drive your project doesn't need to be part of the presentation in the beginning, because the project is a lot more exciting, and I wish we kind of entered it a little bit sooner in the presentation. But if you go back to a lot. Well, firstly, by the way, you're the first person that drew parapets today. I mean, it makes such a big difference when we're seeing all these volumes and we're seeing things in 3D. The parapet is so important. So the fact that you've drawn them in your section makes a very big difference. Can you go to one more lower? Yeah, one more, sorry. So I think it's really exciting to start seeing how you've occupied the site. And there's not a need to all of a sudden take over the entire space. However, I wish there was a little bit more aspects of thinking about how it's not A and B. Could they actually start shifting a little bit so that even though you don't take up a lot of volume, is it that, or is it phase A and phase B because the other part can also be extended as part of the project? The parts that I think you have but you didn't really explain is the type of living that you've created by having all these intersections beyond the interior, right? The views, the circulation. There's a lot of moments of pockets of introvertedness that don't actually influence the outside in a bad way. So you don't keep the outside out, but you've kind of created an inside without disturbing the outside. And I think that's a difficult thing to achieve if those projects are massive in a residential area that's pretty low. But then all of a sudden, getting that condition is not an easy way of doing things. So I really congratulate you on how you got that density and that massing. And yet when you put it on the site, it really doesn't bother me visually. Because you would think very quickly that this kind of proposal would be really bulky.
Yeah. That's interesting that you said that, because I'm thinking as you were talking through this first bar and relating to the scale of the neighborhood, it does indeed relate in terms of height. But experientially walking down the street, you have the massive of the house in the void, massive house in the void. And I don't see that as really being reflected in this very large facade and consistent facade that you've created And maybe there's an opportunity as you continue to think about this, of just nudging back and forth a little bit to help relate a little bit more, create that.
Like more airspace this way.
Or even just taking the facade and recessing it a bit more to, you know, to kind of better respond to.
Yeah. So it's like if we broke these pieces
Yeah,
and started
or that,
shifting
yeah,
them in.
maybe that.
It's intense. You know,
It's rigid.
yeah, like imagine being in there. And it's like fortified.
It is, yeah.
You know, it's a fortification. I worry about that. Like I think it feels like it feels like it's always trying to control something. I don't know.
Yeah. I felt the same, but your renderings are quite lovely in that they feel very airy, but in terms of the massing that we're seeing here.
Have you been to the AA in London? So in the AA in London, on Bedford Square, you have the row housing, and then it connects to Medford Street in the back. But those connections that connect each part of the front to the back are kind of like this project. And this is the entire area that everyone socializes in the AA. Like you drink there, you smoke there. That's where you meet most of your friends, is in this space. So it might be fortified in terms of massing, but I think the delicacy in the way that you drew it, I don't think it would actually reflect that in real life. And you could, when you go home today when you're tired, Google Earth, AA London 36 Bedford Square. Go look at how exactly it follows this kind of condition.
What is the distance from here to here?
40 feet.
The model looks more solid than the actual structure because the middle segment of each of those connected pieces, it's open. It's like a balcony. This is just a little glass encasing the staircase, but it's open. It's like a little balcony. And the whole first layer of this is also screened. And then there's windows poking all the way through. So I tried to.
Also maybe what you're responding to with other purchases is the repetitiveness of it. And if something in here were to deviate, kind of pop out, it could create some additional relief so that it's not so.
Yeah, or just kind of open it up.
Yeah. Or the parts where these bars are coming in would be open here so that we saw through.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like an arcade.
Yeah. This is the AA building. So this is the front, this is the back, and these are the connections. So it's exactly the same massing model. And then this is actually where everyone hangs out. Everyone's on the roof here. So everyone's hanging out on these little roofs that connect these two buildings. So I feel like it does give that sense, but I can also imagine how just through the way you occupy it and the way you draw it, you can really change the interpretation of the massing. So maybe the model 3D printing it actually does you a disservice, but if you laser cut it and we saw all those.
Yeah, because go to your first image, the one that shows what you ended.
Yeah.
Or the
early one.
Or it was like the last thing you showed. It was like it looked like next. That. Yeah. Okay. So what's the black on the bottom?
Oh, these are the wooden slats. It just has a black background.
So that.
So it's the whole, it's open. It's the whole first layer.
But it's just like a slab.
Oh, okay. So.
Yeah, if you know that you're rendering before this, it's
Yeah.
very ground floor. That's
So
that.
this should have been open in the model.
Yeah. Okay.
That. Towards our point,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think the 3D printing.
Yeah.
This is like the moment where every student hates when their faculty tells them, don't 3D print it. And you're like, I'm gonna 3D print it. And they're like, no, it won't work. And you're like, it will work. Look at the details I've done on it. This is like the moment like 3D printing is not always your friend. But the thing that I commend you on is being able to convince the jury to defend your project because you've represented it so well in your 2D that even though this kind of threw you off, it's still, your representation was so clear that we could still have a conversation.
I almost wish that we could go through the vision of like the way we were working with Desperate and just fluidly walk through the model. I almost wish that was a format we were able to do
Yeah.
because that's really the most convincing way of how someone would experience it, not by looking at the massing model. You know, that helps setting the context.
Yeah. But the amount of time you spend deciding what kind of guardrails, is it transparent, is it slatted, is it solid, is it, I mean, every kind of decision you've made, I can't imagine how a half semester project can like get to this,
that is incredible.
right? Like,
You
I
have a
mean,
ton of detail.
yeah, this is like schematic design.
But it's interesting though, go back to the plans.
They don't have those details.
Yeah, so
Wait to the first round first. Very
like
Yeah,
the elevations are so detailed.
And the plans are
The
so
plans.
high level that they're almost to the point that it's difficult to understand what's going on.
But where is like, I don't, where is the close up?
These are the.
Yeah, you need the drawings that show like how it actually works.
I'll defend why you don't have the good plans. It's because you didn't work in plans. No, because you didn't work in plans. So like we have a lot of projects that were plan driven. So their plans were taken from the earlier part and pasted on. So there were parts that they had to draw, but not everything. Here, you have to redraw this entire project because it's really gone into a 3D complicated interlocking system. So every drawing has to be completely detailed. So it's a project you have now that you can detail, but there's no way of saying, okay, we're reaching final, like let's line weight. It's more like, okay, now I have the project, now I have to draw it all. So
That's true.
yeah. So I don't think that it should be there, but I think the fact that you've also taken that risk is commendable, because usually if I knew that we were presenting that many plans, I wouldn't take that risk as a student. I'd be like, no, I'm not doing working in 3D because you want me to have to, like, I'm not redraw, everyone else has their plan ready, I'm not gonna do that. So this is a huge risk that you take, but then you made it up in your vignettes and in your explanation, the way you've kind of brought the project.
Yeah, but I have no understanding how it works.
Me neither.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Like, that's not okay.
That's your summer focus.
Like, I mean, I get the point. Like, I totally agree with the comment, like, that it's, but I still need it, to understand it. So I'm left, like, I love the courtyard elevation that you end with, and I love the section. The section's incredible.
That's the next person.
Yeah, we had the last one.
But I want to know how it's a housing project.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. I'll add that.
How do you full screen this? Okay. Listen is our time.
Top
Yeah.
right, top
You
right
gonna
arrow.
keep that on top? This is, yeah. Yeah, I have an explanation.
And then go to more.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And then,
Hide floating media controls, a couple more down.
yeah,
There you go.
thank you.
And then click on the screen.
Yes, and.
We got
Yes.
this down.
Okay.
This is me on Zoom all the time. Left, no, right click. It's like without looking at the screen.
So yes, first I was supposed to go first today. That's why I'm also the timekeeper because I'm very sorry. That's very unprofessional. I'll endeavor to manage my time better in the future. My name is Bailey Godwin. You might know me from the annoying voice over there, calling out the time. And I am here to present to you a modular urban mosaic. Here's my axonometric. So. Exploring first in my home studies, I have my horizontal home here, which I will get into later. This informs how I designed my units by a 2:1 ratio of space. This is my vertical home section, my sectional home, because I didn't like squares for some reason, and an inhabited stair that I particularly enjoyed, which will inform a little bit of the water feature later on.
Whoa. I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay, something about water.
Take your time.
Yeah, take your time. No, it's okay.
Yeah, don't worry about.
So, okay. So for the site, right? So we've all been exploring how this block is arranged on these 4 streets that are laid out in different, have different features of noise, trees, traffic, air, all that sort of thing. But in the larger urban context, we have to consider the port, and in the distance, we have to consider the proximity to the city, to the churches, to the schools in the opposite direction. And kind of analyze this sort of non-residential local urban context, and also consider the history, architectural history, typological history of New Orleans as a bastion of architectural history dating back to the 1718. So my favorite typology when considering housing projects is the Chinese quadrangle courtyard, or Siyue, because it prioritizes a hierarchy of space, a hierarchy of light, and organizes its entire structure around placement of individuals hierarchically according to age. So, but interestingly, New Orleans also has its own quadrangle courtyard typology, and that is the entresol building, or one of many different types of building typologies during the Spanish colonial period from about 1765 to 1803. This features a tall commercial space at the ground level, and usually some short at least two shorter floors that are meant for residential space or other kinds of storage space. Interestingly too, the balconies from the Italianate period also moved the conversation or the domestic ability to moved out from the interior to the exterior using these cast iron verandas and railings. And the arcade was a very interesting point. I saw this in the 7th Ward, and I was thinking how much it looked like the Place des Vosges, and how much of an interesting commercial thoroughfare it could potentially be, considering also more massive spaces, more massive religious kind of complex spaces that you don't see so much in residential architecture, but you see more in these critical buildings dotted around it. So, returning back to my building, which I'll take the site as it was given, rotate, zoom in, and add a very convenient 25-foot grid using the dimensions of the site as given. This will be the arrangement by which we will organize and understand all of our units. However, this is too big a scale to understand or organize urban space. So by taking these fixed slots and expanding the untouchable portion to fit this 12.5-foot grid by splitting each of the 25-foot grid lines in half, then we can also establish places for vertical floors, urban quadrangle courtyard blocks, and urban vaulted spaces, which I'll show later. And then these will be additions onto which people could interact with, pass through on the ground level. And then commercial space here in the pink and purple, and communal space in the red. This will form a kind of interesting boundary at this point when you factor in the floors, as seen here. So, so the vaults here for the commercial space are enlargements, so they don't subdivide the space as much, so people can interact. You could put Frankie and Johnny's here, go on to the left, up to the community. And then you have these interesting spaces that can serve as waiting pools and double as retention ponds. This is more of the official entrance of the building, but community members can get in their respective spaces through any of the floors. And this is the ground floor. So, looking at the block, this is how each block at any given point can look in section. So we have different window typologies, balconies, rooftop terraces, just depending on how you live. There's a hierarchy of space. You may have a balcony, you may not. You may have green space, you may not. You may have easier access to the floor, you may not. So it's organizing this kind of hierarchy of how you live so that each individual unit, as we'll discuss later, is not superior to others. Organizing trees was important in that many of them disappeared. So cypress trees, I was going to plant here. They take up a lot of water. It's very close to the port. It rains a lot here. Drainage is critical. But on the second level, there is potential for what's called an elevated garden. So by placing Chinese fridge trees, which grow phenomenally well, they provide excellent shade and they flower, they have nice smell, they create this dense shaded portion. Whereas if you don't want to interact with the first floor ground space, you can come up to the second floor, move around in your elevated garden, and return to your units. This diagram was earlier. This reemphasized that boundary condition I was discussing earlier. This is publicly accessible in that the public can walk through it in lieu of a sidewalk. But this forms the strict yet subtle boundary condition here. So you have to pass through a core which can be locked at night. So the residents can come down in here, access their own wading pools, that sort of thing. This is another hierarchy of ownership. You could either, this is a case of every individual piece of yard was apportioned to each unit. This is whether there would be a central corridor that would be communally owned, surrounded by private yards. This is if everything was communal. So it's this, you know, leaving up to the people who live there, the diverse populace, you know, renters, owners, young, old, you know, black, white, all these different people can live here and negotiate, talk amongst themselves how they choose to live, which I think is extremely important, especially in New Orleans, where, you know, togetherness, parades, food, culture, music, all of that involves working together and being together. This is my third floor, and these are the dome spaces. So each space of halls, dining room, living room, bedroom, all will have some kind of domed space where you can enter and pause, and there'll be an elevated domed ceiling. And in the other units or in the other kitchens, bathrooms, they'll have a lower ceiling, just still 8 feet. So it's pretty generous. But it feels more compressive.
So is that a ceiling plan?
It's a
It's a weird mix of a figured ground,
yes,
reflected ceiling.
and fourth floor
Yeah.
with roof terrace and similar.
The
So-
domes are only on one floor though?
They're on second roof for all of the
Okay.
residential units have them in varying accommodations. So returning to my horizontal home, when I was devising the units, I'm thinking, this is interestingly modular. So I extended it to be 50 by 25. I split it down the middle and I turned a 25 by 25 foot space into a cell. So this gives you about 625 feet at minimum to organize your entire space. So resting space here with your domes, but in the dining room, this one doesn't have one, others may. This is just a sample of what could be in a home like this. This is a flat, as if you took two cells, put them next to each other with the cores.
No, that's good. That's a single, that's the,
One cell, yes, one cell unit.
right? Well, that's 2 bathrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it's, you know, you can have 1 bathroom, you can have 2, you could have 2 bedrooms instead, an expansive kitchen if you like to cook. It's how you can organize and engineer your own space depending on your proclivity. So if you're a musician, you're an artisan, how many people live with you, what kind of lifestyle you choose to have. That also depends on where you want your unit to be as well. You want it closer to the ground, you want it up above. It's just a pillar. This is 2 vertical stacks. Some have green space access, some have more balconies, some have more spaces too, like those upper spaces. This is the upper floor. And then lastly is the elbow, which is the L-shaped unit. Ground floor and second floor. The second floor is the same for both the stacked 2 cells and the 3 cell. And this is what it looks like in Axon, with kind of a diagrammatic elevation here centered around the cores. All 3 of them look like they're very phenotypically similar. They look very similar, but the experience you have together sharing this block with different people, you know, whether it's 17 units or 20 units or however you want to live, it could be possible.
I'll time myself.
Oh, I didn't time myself at all.
No,
I'm
I'm
sorry
gonna
about
like just challenge myself to keep it. It's a great project. The comments I would want to make is first, sometimes you say things with conviction, but they're not really true, but you sell it. Like, I think that's a big architectural skill when you want to sell a product. But but what I want to bring to your attention is the difference between medieval architecture and modernism. That modernism doesn't. Modernism takes kind of these architecture of the hypo style and it brings it forward as a flexible system. And here you're kind of talking about the flexibility of the plan. Whereas I would want to challenge you to kind of create a system where it's a little bit more fixed in terms of its hierarchy of space. You use the word hierarchy a lot, but I would be interested in plan, like at what points do you carve out a larger space in the hypo style? And at what points does that become a vertical space, right? Like in all the church example, the synagogues, mosques, you have a moment where the nave goes up and it presses against. Could you actually have residential units? I mean, I'm staying at the hospital hotel thing, which is a really weird hotel, called Brent House Hotel, but yeah, like you look into this internal courtyard and it's a hospital and it's a courtyard on the inside. I want to see more of that in terms of how does these kind of specific conditions that you talk about, how do you elaborate on them, right? Like how do you create that kind of condition? And I also wanted to show you another example of kind of a ceiling. This is the bathhouse in Kashan in Iran. I got to visit it for the first time a couple of summers ago. And what's amazing is that it's created this, the roofscape is walkable. So I think I don't see the domes in this part of the project when you do your axon. And I kind of miss the idea of, could these kids be running around these domes and playing on it? So it's a very playful project. And I would challenge that the representation maybe makes it a bit too serious in axon. So after you diagram and explain it, when we get to the end, I think it was colorful, there was lightness, there was open spaces, it would be cool.
I mean, the project's way more fun, I think, than it looks. You know, this is the shows. Like, I love the weird, mixed up kind of phenomena. Because, I mean, when I imagine, like, I don't know what thinking is, but like, I remember a drawing that one of my students did 15 years ago. It was some kind of transmission. And he was just making these crazy drawings. And one of them was a person just sticking his head into a wall. And it reminds me of these. And I imagine like somebody sticking their head in that. And it's like, I don't know, like I know you can't stick your head in that. But like, I love like the weirdness of these domes, these bubbles. Like they're absolutely not like like these are like private, intimate things, and those are like the presence of God. You know, like it's a very different kind of thing. This is like more intimate and more reflective, and I think it's super fun. This looks like a little city. You know, it looks like a little city, and I love the arcade. You know, I think like it's super cool. But I wish there were like some views of that. like an axon or a perspective looking up into the ceiling and some perspective like through the arcade. You don't have that here.
It somehow got lost in the presentation, but yeah, it's like
a worm's eye is all of this.
Worm's eye, yes. Worm's eye.
I appreciate the references to the history of the arcades, the domes, but I also feel like, and especially this is coming through in the model, that I feel like we just kind of stretched the arcade everywhere and didn't really give it any precedence of, this space is this, and so let's put the arcade here. It just kind of feels like we've plastered it all over the first floor as and didn't really give it the design.
I intended
consideration.
I intended it originally as a way to connect the blocks with each other and also to double because these sides have very little access to green space, so by giving that.
Yeah, and okay, well that's a great response of like connecting the three massings, but then also what about vertically, right? Because right now it feels like there's a completely different, architecture response tectonic of the massing above. It feels like two different buildings. Maybe somehow it kind of.
It's like stereotomic and then tectonic all of a sudden.
I really, the model actually captures a much more fascinating building than that axon does.
Yeah.
The axon really kind of makes it muddy in a way where this is super cool. And I love these volumes. It's kind of rigid, perfunctory volumes on top of this kind of playful light. Like, I think like if you were walking by, like you'd feel just this mass floating.
Yeah.
You know?
Have you been to the Central Market in downtown LA? Well, if you're ever in LA, go to the Central Market in downtown where you literally walk into something that feels like a shed, and above you are like apartments. It's like large apartment units, but inside you're like in this hypo-style warehouse, like all these little restaurants and shacks, and like feeling and up is like luxury condos right above you, but you're completely ignoring that, and it doesn't affect you that they're there. And I think that's like exactly what everyone's talking about in terms of how your project captures it. And there's one thing that your project does to me that's maybe a question that didn't come up throughout the day, but your project insinuates it strongly, is what's the difference between a collection of buildings and buildings within a building? And even though these are very separate three buildings, and you insinuate the separation even when you do your three axons, but when we see this, there's something about it that was slightly more interconnected. And you broke that like square, like it was.
That was an issue.
Yeah, you had a little bit of a C, U, L, and they kind of came together.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Right?
cool.
That
Yeah,
was just like straight away.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you break the one part of each of the blocks.
Yes. And it could be on different floors as well. It doesn't even need to be completely.
Like open space at the bottom. That did come up. It's because I oriented everything around so many different systems, developing a system for that.
I just want to take my dog for a walk on all these.
Yeah. Yeah. Shoot back to the plan though. Like, I am curious about this. Like, go back to the 625 square foot. Like, I mean, why are there two baths in this unit? Yes, I need to know. There are 3 sinks. There are three bathroom sinks in this house.
Honestly speaking, I originally bought this off my old house in Austin, and there was only this bathroom, and this was the second bedroom. After it became a
But I mean,
I buy it.
But when space is such
But is it about creating space? I think in a way, it's kind of making fun of it. I know, like, by the way, that's right. I'm just for the sake of the conversation, I do think that there is something funny about like I have a certain amount of space and then I go and create 2 bathrooms. That's what I miss about like my parents' house is that they have big bathrooms. And since I moved out, my bathrooms get smaller. Like it's like I'm waiting for me to get to an apartment that has 2 large bathrooms. So I'm for it.
Bathrooms aside, one more quick question before we could go back to the axon at the end. And I think I had this comment on an earlier project. It feels like you're just kind of weaving in and out around these houses that are to remain. And it seems like we could be responding to them and acknowledging them differently than just like, okay, this is my boundary line. With doing something a little different. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's how to treat them.
Yeah, to have the same arcade just wrapping around everywhere just seems.
Maybe also acknowledging the portion that exists in the perimeter, we make the project, so understanding this edge condition as part of the, the sidewalk as part of the project in a way. Because, I mean, in a way that is full of porches already. Yeah, so. Drawing that.
Yeah, but great.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Sorry for this voice.
You don't need basement every corner.
I mean, yeah, I care about the town. My thing is like.
Let's go to the central block.
Oh, my gosh.
No, we just need your opinion, like 10 minutes of your.
Just share.
We can start sharing. Then close, stop, like. Yeah. Give it to me. Is it back to the top?
Yeah.
see someone's watching, it's like.
Yeah, yeah. It's only polite.
Yeah, that's polite.